स्टेटस क्यों मेंटेन करो?
As the world navigates towards a sustainable future, investing with a purpose becomes imperative. Leveraging this concept of bringing people, planet and profit together, the Institute of Company Secretaries of India is organizing the ICSI Middle East Conference in Abu Dhabi, UAE. On the theme, Responsible Investment for a Sustainable Future, scheduled to be held on the 4th, 5th and 6th of September 2024, the conference will highlight the importance of environment and social factors in taking investment decisions. Join in to decode economic growth through sustainability. For more details, log on to www.icsi.edu. Businesses taking a quantum leap in embedding trust, transparency and accountability in their corporate culture. A preferred destination for global investors. Celebrating the spirit and recognizing the efforts of India Inc. in shaping the sustainability narrative, the Institute of Company Secretaries of India instituted the ICSI National Awards for Excellence in Corporate Governance to honor businesses and professionals for carrying forward the legacy of good corporate governance. This year, the Institute is bestowing the 24th ICSI National Award for Excellence in Corporate Governance, the 9th ICSI CSR Excellence Award, the 6th ICSI Best Secretarial Audit Report Award, the 4th ICSI Best Practicing Company Secretary Firm Award, and the 3rd ICSI Business Responsibility and Sustainability Award. The ICSI invites applications for the 24th edition of the ICSI National Awards for Excellence in Corporate Governance. For more details, log on to www.icsi.edu. As the world navigates towards a sustainable future, investing with a purpose becomes imperative. Leveraging this concept of bringing people, planet and profit together, the Institute of Company Secretaries of India is organizing the ICSI Middle East Conference in Abu Dhabi, UAE. On the theme, Responsible Investment for a Sustainable Future, scheduled to be held on the 4th, 5th and 6th of September 2024, the conference will highlight the importance of environment and social factors in taking investment decisions. Join in to decode economic growth through sustainability. For more details, log on to www.icsi.edu. Businesses taking a quantum leap in embedding trust, transparency and accountability in their corporate culture, India is fast becoming a preferred destination for global investors. Celebrating the spirit and recognizing the efforts of India Inc. in shaping the sustainability narrative, the Institute of Company Secretaries of India instituted the ICSI National Awards for Excellence in Corporate Governance to honor businesses and professionals for carrying forward the legacy of good corporate governance. This year, the Institute is bestowing the 24th ICSI National Award for Excellence in Corporate Governance, the 9th ICSI CSR Excellence Award, 6th ICSI Best Secretarial Audit Report Award. The 4th ICSI Best Practicing Company Secretary Firm Award. And the 3rd ICSI Business Responsibility and Sustainability Award. The ICSI invites applications for the 24th edition of the ICSI National Awards for Excellence in Corporate Governance. For more details, log on to www.icsi.edu.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are expecting the arrival of our chief guest. We shall begin the session shortly.
तो प्रोफाइल उस टाइम जब आएंगे तब प्रोफाइल पर शुरू करो।
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin our session. I request CS B. Narasimhan, President of Institute of Company Secretaries of India, to kindly occupy the dais. I now invite CS Sandeep Kejriwal, Program Director and Council Member, ICSI, CS Mohit Shaw, Chairman, ICSI EIRC, CS Ashish Mohan, Secretary, ICSI, to kindly occupy the dais. We are expecting the arrival of our chief guest shortly. Can we have a big round of applause for all of them, please? Namaste and good morning to one and all. We extend a warm welcome to all the delegates of 5th National Conference of Corporate CS. The City of Joy is all set to deliver the 2 days of professional extravaganza by hosting the 5th National Conference of Corporate CS, Transforming Governance for Viksit Bharat.
Special acknowledgement to all the delegates who have joined us virtually across the country. Thank you for being part of this event, and we do hope you do enjoy the session as much as we do.
Any organization having long-term goals and vision must inevitably have a motto which provides its members with the right path of action. The ICSI has picked its motto from the Taittiriya Upanishad, which reads, Satyam Vada Dharmachara, means speak the truth and abide by the law. Going a step further, the Institute has developed a motto song so that we always remember the directions we are headed in. The motto that ICSI and all its members follow in true sense of letter and spirit. Request all of you to kindly rise for the ICSI motto song, please.
उम्मीद के अंबर में हम बन के खिले कह देंगे हम संसार को, कोई लक्ष्य नामुमकिन नहीं। ज्ञान के और न्याय के हर राह को थामे हुए चल पड़े हैं झूम कर बस गीत ये गाते हुए। सत्यम वद धर्मम चर, सत्यम वद धर्मम चर, सत्यम वद धर्मम चर। कंपनी सचिव कदमों की हर एक गूंज में बस जीत का एहसास हो, राष्ट्र प्रगति पथ पे हो और आत्मबल की आस हो। जब भी चले इस भाव से खुलते गए हैं रास्ते, आवाज हमने दिल से दी है गीत ये गाते हुए। सत्यम वद धर्मम चर, सत्यम वद धर्मम चर, सत्यम वद धर्मम चर। हर उन्नति के रंग में हर भारतीय हाथ हो, उद्यम हो या उद्योग हो, हर ओर अपना साथ हो। जाना शिखर तक है हमें सच की कलाई थाम कर, हम जीत के सुर छेड़ेंगे गीत ये गाते हुए। सत्यम वद धर्मम चर, सत्यम वद धर्मम चर, सत्यम वद धर्मम चर।
Beginning the ceremony with a warm welcome, I would request CS B. Narasimhan, President ICSI, to present the plan. May I now call upon CS Dr. Mohit Shah, Chairman ICSI IRC and Program Coordinator, to deliver the welcome address.
हेलो, हाँ, इट्स वर्किंग नाउ। यदा यदा हि धर्मस्य ग्लानिर्भवति भारत, अद्भुत्यानम धर्मस्य तदात्मानं सृजामहम्। प्रतिरणाय साधूनां विनाशाय च दुष्कृतां, धर्म संस्थापनाशाय संभवामि युगे युगे। इट्स राइटली स्टेटेड इन भगवद गीता अध्याय 4 श्लोक 7-8। जब जब अधर्म होगा, अनर्थ होगा, मैं आऊंगा। A very good afternoon to each and every one of you present over here. I, CS Dr. Mohit Shah, welcome you all in the 5th National Conference for Corporate CS on the theme Corporate CS Transforming Governance for Viksit Bharat. At the outset, I would like to acknowledge the presence on the dais, our President, the Captain of the ship, Narasimhan Sir, Sandeep Kejriwal Sir, Program Director, CCM. At last but not the least, CS Ashish Mohanji, Secretary ICSI. Of the dais, past presidents of ICSI, past and current council members of ICSI, past chairpersons of EIRC, special invitees, speakers, and other dignitaries connected physically and online for this conference. Viksit Bharat 2047, the vision to make India a developed nation. By the year 2047, after completing 100 years of independence. ये जो ऑब्जेक्टिव और एम है, ये किसी कंसर्न गवर्नमेंट का नहीं है, ये हम सारे भारतीयों का है कि 2047 तक अपने एक डेवलप्ड नेशन की तरह सामने आए। जैसा प्रेसिडेंट सर ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में बताया था, by the year 2047 we are going to reach the mark of $30 trillion economy, and after US and China we are going to be the third largest economy in the world. विकसित भारत में भी हमारा कंट्रीब्यूशन काफी सिग्निफिकेंट होने वाला है। कितने लोग सोच रहे होंगे भगवत गीता का श्लोक मैंने बताया इस कॉन्फ्रेंस से कैसे लिंक्ड है। मैंने बचपन से काफ़ी भगवत गीता पढ़ी है, स्पेशली फॉर स्पीकिंग प्लेटफॉर्म्स इन डिबेट्स, एंड वहाँ बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग बात बताई गई कि जब रणभूमि में अर्जुन कंफ्यूज हो गए थे, समझ नहीं पा रहे थे क्या सही है क्या गलत, तब उनके सारथी ने उनको मार्गदर्शन दिया। आज के इस कॉरपोरेट रणभूमि में अगर आप देखें, अगर रथ चैरियट एक कॉरपोरेट हाउस है और उस पर चढ़ा डायरेक्टर प्रमोटर अर्जुन है, तो हम भी कंपनी सेक्रेटरी सारथी से तो कम नहीं है, क्योंकि आज के दिन उस रणभूमि में जीत के साथ उसे बाहर निकालने का जिम्मेदारी हम कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज का ही है। क्योंकि एक बात तो क्लियर है, लास्ट 5 से 6 सालों में, आफ्टर साइटिंग एग्जाम्पल्स ऑफ पेटीएम एंड बाईजूस, विदाउट गवर्नेंस नो कॉर्पोरेट इज गोइंग टू एग्जिस्ट। देयर इज अ फेमस प्रोवर्ब व्हिच वी हैव सेल्डम हर्ड, इफ यू थिंक कंप्लायंस इज एक्सपेंसिव, ट्राई नॉन कंप्लायंस। इट इज ऑल्सो वेरी एविडेंट दैट जहां बिजनेस है वहां कंप्लायंस है, और जहां कंप्लायंस है वहां कंपनी सेक्रेटरी है। आगे बढ़ते हुए एक छोटी सी कहानी मैं आपके साथ शेयर करना चाहूंगा बिफोर आई रीच द कंक्लूजन ऑफ माय वेलकम एड्रेस। ये कहानी वाइस प्रेसिडेंट सर इन एब्सेंशिया धर्मेंद्र शुक्ला जी ने हमें सुनाई थी जब हम भुवनेश्वर गए थे कॉन्वोकेशन के लिए। ये अध्याय महाभारत का है, जब पांडवों को लाक्षागृह ले जाया गया था और उन्हें धोखे से जलाकर मारने की साजिश की गई थी। विदुर, जिनको हम कंपनी सेक्रेटरी भी कह सकते हैं, बहुत रैशनल, बहुत इंटेलिजेंट, बहुत वाइज पर्सन, उन्होंने पांडवों को बता दिया कि आपके साथ ऐसा होने वाला है, और एक आदमी को भेजा जो सुरंग खोदता है। पांडव राजकुमार है, जैसे हमारे डायरेक्टर्स प्रमोटर्स होते हैं, तो बहुत जल्दी इंपेशेंट हो जाते हैं और सवाल जवाब करने लगते हैं। तो सुरंग खोदने वाले से पूछा, और कितना टाइम लगेगा? इतना समय लगता है क्या? जल्दी करो, अभी खत्म करो। सुरंग खोदने वाले ने घूमकर कह दिया, खोद तो रहा हूं, थोड़ा शांति से खड़े रहिए। पांडवों को यह बात अच्छी नहीं लगी। पांडवों ने उनको कहा कि तुम बातें ठीक नहीं करते हो, और उस सुरंग खोदने वाले ने ऐसी बात कही जो सुनने के बाद मुझे एक बात तो समझ में आ गई कि स्पेशलाइजेशन एंड अपने काम को भरपूर रूप से करना ही हमारा मेन टारगेट है, और कंपनी सेक्रेटरी ऐसा ही करता है। उस सुरंग खोदने वाले ने कहा, मैं बातें भली ही अच्छी नहीं करता हूं राजकुमार, पर मैं सुरंग अच्छी खोदता हूं। आज के दिन अगर हम बात करें कंप्लायंस की, गवर्नेंस की, क्या सही है क्या गलत, वी आर अपडेटिंग आवरसेल्फ ऑन अ रेगुलर बेसिस, एंड फ्रॉम द ICSI पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू एज वेल, वी आर कमिंग अप विद न्यू concepts and new ideas. In today's conference itself, if you look at the topics of the overall session, you will understand that we are citing future, and slowly and gradually we are understanding accepting new things is the new change. Being different is the new normal, and accepting change is the new normal as well. On this platform, I like to take this opportunity to thank the leaders at the HO for providing us a new home, that is CCGRT Kolkata campus. एक बहुत बड़ा और भव्य कैंपस हमें दिया गया, एंड आज हम गर्व के साथ कह सकते हैं कि ICSI के वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट कैंपस में हम लोग आज वहां पर विराजमान हैं। डेफिनेटली वी हैव हर्ड अ लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स फ्रॉम पीपल, दूर है करीब है, ये दिक्कतें हैं। दिक्कतें क्या तो हर जगह आती हैं। जब हम इस शहर के इस कोने में थे, उस तरफ वालों के लिए दूर था, आज हम जब उस कोने में गए हैं, इस तरफ वालों के लिए दूर है। पर हार्ट में यानी दिल में रहना बहुत जरूरी है, एंड द सपोर्ट विच मेंबर्स एंड स्टूडेंट्स हैव शोन टू अस, इट्स रियली कमेंडेबल. I'll request the house to give a huge round of applause for each and every one of you present over here. To end, my counsel at times asked me several times that Mohit, ये सब करने के बाद क्या करोगे एंड करना क्यों चाह रहे हो? एक छोटी सी शायरी है जो मैंने सुबह पढ़ी थी, वो कहती है, कुछ ख्वाब है मेरे जो मैं सितारों से दूर चाहता हूँ, कुछ ख्वाब है मेरे सितारों से दूर चाहता हूँ, जिंदगी भले ही गुमनाम रहे, मौत मशहूर चाहता हूँ. थैंक यू एवरीवन.
Thank you, Chairman Sir. May I now request CS Sandeep Kejriwal, Program Director and Central Council Member ICSI, to introduce the theme, 5th National Conference of Corporate CS, Transforming Governance for Viksit Bharat.
Respected Sri B. Narasimhan Sir, Captain of this House, my council colleague Rupajna, Chairman ARC Mohit Sahu, Secretary Ashish Mohan Ji, my council colleagues, past presidents, past Chairman of EIRC, Chairman of various chapters who came here, and my dear friends. Good afternoon to all of you. Welcome you all in this 5th National Conference of Corporate CS. आपना इस सभा के स्वागत जनाएंगे. Friends, this is the 5th National Corporate CS Conference. Presently, we are at 4 trillion economy, and in next 10 years, or we talk about 2047, when we all will be celebrating the 100 years of independence, 2047, we will be at 10 times of today. We ICSI, at the guidance of our captain, our president, B. Narasimhan sir, are working hard for exploring the new opportunities for all the new corporate CS. As well, we ICSI are also working for the upcoming CS. ICSI has signed one MOU with NISM, the arm of SEBI, to equip our forthcoming CS with expertise in the capital markets. Compliance and governance. In earlier years, when corporate CS talks about the compliance with their management, they always see it the burden. But now the mentality has been changed of the corporates, of the boardroom. Now they feel that compliance is for better governance. Compliance should be for a transparent company. And if we are transparent, if we are better governance, the good faith of stakeholders can be better. So now the boardroom mentality has been changed, and they are focusing, they are insisting upon the compliance for better governance and better transparency. We are the architect of corporate governance. We are the architect of corporate governance of India Inc. The goal of strengthening the foundation of the Indian corporate sector. The goal of putting India on the global map as a pioneer in governance, and the goal of being the torchbearer of best practice in corporate governance. Today's theme was the vision of Viksit Bharat. It's the dream of our Prime Minister Modi ji also, to be Viksit Bharat by the year 2047. Beyond the boardrooms and corporate corridors, the company secretary embodies the spirit of inclusive growth and social responsibilities that defines Viksit Bharat. They are the champions of bridging the gap between the company, between the boardroom and the stakeholders. We today invited corporate CS like Mr. P. Kanti Nadan, the company secretary of Tata Steels Limited. We invited CS Savitri Parikh, CS of Reliance Industries Limited, the top 2 corporate houses of the country. We have invited the board members to be the panelists. We have also invited the practicing company secretary to be on the panel, so that the views of the regulators, views of the company secretary of the topmost companies, views of the regulators, views of the practicing company secretary can be enlightened. Their words of wisdom we can hear for the better governance, for strengthening the boardroom and the role of company secretary therein. Our first panel discussion is on ESG. Jamshedji Tata once said, we do not claim to be more unselfish, more generous than other people, but we think we started on sound and straightforward business principles, considering the interest of the shareholders our own and the health and welfare of the employees, the sure foundation of our corporate. It's the words of Mr. G.R.D. Tata. The core of successful management lies in the clarity of vision, plan of action, and more importantly, execution of the plan of action. The real gamut of operation as it were, and it is here that the importance of corporate governance and ethics comes into being. ESG reporting is one of them. Our second session will be on the board dynamics. How robust, how digitized boardroom should be, and what should be the role of company secretary there. We will discuss here under the leadership of CSP Kanchi Nadan, the secretaries of Tata Steel Limited, the Tata groups, how the dynamic board they are, and what are the role of company secretary in the boardroom, outside the boardroom, and in bridging the gap between the board and the stakeholders. Next one, we will be discussing about the SEBI LODR, various changes, various notifications, and how we propose the age of doing business for the SEBI, and SEBI are also working upon it. Whenever I or we or ICSI talks about the SEBI, immediately one name comes in our mind, Mr. B. Narasimhan. Since last couple of years, whenever we get any recognition, whenever we find any clarification or notification from the SEBI for any age of doing business, maybe for the virtual AGM or virtual board meeting or like this, immediately name of our captain, our president B. Narasimhan comes in the mind of every stakeholders, every member of the country. Just one thing I would like to mention here, and that should be dealt in the panel discussion. There are still some doubt in the SEBI LODR. Let me take one example of RPT, related party transactions. The definition of related party transaction in the LODR, in the accounting standard, in the Companies Act, and in the prescribed form AOC2 are mismatching. Or I can say there are no aligned between these four. So I would like to request the panelists to discuss about it, that how can this type of doubt can be removed and age of doing business for the practicing CS and for the corporate CS. Our next and most important panel discussion about digitization, AI, artificial intelligence. Day by day, the role of company secretary in practice or company secretary in employment are changing. And we, the corporate CS or the CS, must equip ourselves in the digitization. How far it is risky and how far it is useful for all of us to maintain the board records and to maintain the good relation with the stakeholders and regulators. And what is the role of company secretary in it? Friends, as we strive towards realizing the dream of Viksit Bharat, it is essential to recognize and empower the corporate CS, providing them with the resources, opportunities, and support they need to thrive. I am happy to share that the ICSI is taking every possible measure for the capacity building of its members to serve the nation in a more productive way. I believe the themes chosen for the today's conference are very useful. Every panelist will share their words of wisdom for the benefit of the corporate CS and as well as practicing CS. And wishing you all a pleasant stay in the city of joy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for throwing the light on the theme of the conference and also explaining the various sub-themes.
The vision of the leader becomes the goal of the organization. In this spirit, and to gain a better understanding of the vision of the man, leading the ICSI from the front, I request our torch bearer, our beloved President ICSI, CS P. Narasimhan, to deliver the presidential address.
Good evening. Dignitaries on the dais, my Sandeep Kejriwal, who is a program director, Mohit Shah, chairman, AARC, Mr. Ashish Mohan, secretary, all my vice president unfortunately has not been able to come now, but he will join us at the interactive session. He should be here by then. His flight got delayed. My council colleagues, past president and past and present president. All the past presidents are seated over here. I'm very happy to get to meet up with them. In fact, I've got the record for working under the maximum number of former presidents so far. Sitting and former regional council members, eminent guest speakers, delegates present here and connected virtually, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm good afternoon to all of you. In fact, we have about 300 plus attendants over here and we have about 1700 who are connected virtually with us. This is the 5th year of the National Corporate CS Conference. This thought process crossed our mind way back in the year 2019 when we thought that while having celebrations we have the chief guest coming in. Welcome, sir. Let's put your hand together for
A big round of applause to our chief guest, Sri Vivek Gupta.
Sri Vivek Gupta, Chairman and Group Editors, Sunmark Private Limited. He is the trustee member of Sunmark Foundation. He is also founder member of International Vice Federation. He is at present member of Legislative Assembly of Government of West Bengal. Welcome you, sir.
We welcome you, sir. Now I would request our President ICSI to present a planter to the chief guest, Sri Vivek Gupta. Now I request our President to please continue with the proceeding.
So in 2019, we started on this on this topic of having programs for the corporate CS as well. And that was also owing to the presence of one of the council members who was in employment, while all the others were into practice. The council member who was there in employment then is coming to practice now. That is Mr. Praveen Soni for you. I am delighted to welcome you all to the momentous occasion of the 5th National Conference of Corporate CS at the City of Joy, Kolkata, on the theme Corporate CS Transforming Governance for Viksit Bharat. The theme of the conference, Corporate CS Transforming Governance for Viksit Bharat, encapsulates the pivotal role of company secretaries in facilitating and driving the development journey of India in achieving the vision of Viksit Bharat, which encompasses various facets of development such as economic prosperity, ecological harmony, and societal advancement and good governance. Friends, the growth of each of you is the growth of the institute, the growth of the profession of the company secretaries. Law changes public opinion, and public opinion changes the law. Change is inevitable, please understand that. So is the profession of company secretaries. The role of company secretary is ever changing and it has taken a new dimension in recent years. The expectations of the present day stakeholders of the corporates are not restricted to the profitability but extend to governance and sustainability issues. The expectation from the company secretary, from the gatekeeper of good governance to compliance officer have also been substantially raised. From the administrative role, it has been transferred into a role as advisor or guide to the board, senior management on good boardroom practice, corporate governance, environment and sustainability in addition to compliance. Now, the thrust is on requiring to take additional mantle of corporate general counsel, chief risk officers, etc. Friends, the role of professionals in building a vibrant India under the Viksit Bharat vision is a permanent one. It emphasizes upon 4 S: skills, scale, speed, and sustainability. The Institute, promoting the cause of excellence in corporate governance, is steadfastly committed to fostering a culture of good governance. Our emphasis has been continually on building capacities for professionals within the country as well as expanding our presence globally. We need to respond to the opportunities and challenges in a more positive and proactive way. I would also take this opportunity to highlight some of the recent initiatives of the Institute. I think I'll reserve it, because we are short on time, I'll reserve it for the occasion when we have an interactive meet later today. from regulatory corridors to assisting corporate board and putting themselves in the cadre of key managerial personnel and senior management, this conference seeks to expand the role of company secretary in the age of intense competition and further explore over the horizons of new opportunities. In one of our Upanishads, it has been rightly remarked that as our desire is, so is our will. As our will is, so are our acts. As we act, so we become. We need to act proactively, positively, and take an initiative towards absolute compliance with the legislation, environment, and social dynamics. A new dawn is ahead of us. The onus is on each one of us to herald this dawn with passion and commitment. Our future generation will then radiate in sunshine. Let us make the most of this remarkable gathering, forge new connection, work towards achieving vision of Viksit Bharat. Friends, the next event for us is the National Convention, which is scheduled on the 8th, 9th and 10th of November in the city of Mumbai, where I am from. And I'm glad to inform you that the chairperson SEBI, Ms. Madhavpuri Buch, has given her consent in writing to be the guest of honor at the National Convention. To fit the occasion, we are also looking at a very eminent personality to be the chief guest, and we are hopeful to have somebody on board shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme chosen for deliberation are of immense contemporary relevance. I assure you that this conference will witness a purposeful exchange and sharing of information and experience. I convey to all the participants my best wishes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your ideas and thoughts and the future intent of ICSI. Before we bring this session to an end, we have a moment of congratulations and celebrations and honor. It gives us immense pleasure to announce our releases.
Our first release is e-souvenir 5th National Conference of Corporate CS, being organized by ICSI at Kolkata on the theme Corporate CS Transforming Governance for Viksit Bharat. To commemorate the significant occasion, we have brought the e-souvenir of the 5th National Conference of Corporate CS, containing the messages of best wishes from dignitaries, information about the theme and sub-themes, about the ICSI, theme articles, and details of sponsors and advertisers, etc.
Big round of applause, please. It gives us immense pleasure to announce the release of flyer of the 52nd National Convention of Company Secretaries. National Convention of Company Secretaries is one of the most awaited annual flagship events of the Institute. The Institute is pleased to announce its 52nd National Convention of Company Secretaries to be organized during November 8, 9, 10, 2024 on the theme India at the rate 2047. Expanding Horizons for Professionals at Hotel Sahara Star, Mumbai. The theme of this year's National Convention aims at deliberating upon expanding opportunities for professionals while achieving the vision of Viksit Bharat that encompasses various aspects of development, including economic growth, progress, and good governance. The registrations are opening today.
It is indeed my privilege to invite our versatile chief guest of the day, the very vibrant and dynamic Sri Vivek Gupta, to address the members.
Big round of applause, please.
Hello, is it okay? Namaskar everybody, welcome to Calcutta And those who belong to Calcutta, you know, we have to make sure that all those who have come from outside Calcutta, we have to make sure they have a good time. But very first, I would like to apologize for this delay. I can't say Calcutta traffic, it's just the rains and everything combined together. There were some other functions which I was part of, and you know, not all organizers are as prompt as the CS Institute. I was just you know, chatting with Mr. Kejriwal, you know, and some interesting data that there are already 73,000 company secretaries. Yet I see a lot of recruitment ads for company secretaries. That means the demand is much more. And he was telling me that there are 2 lakh students and approximately 20,000 people pass out every year. So, you know, I did not know that the body is so large. So, you know, I think you should all give a round of applause to yourself for having such a large body nationally. Thousands of people have joined online, so all those who have joined us online, welcome. We miss you in presence, but this is the new normal, a hybrid work culture where physical and digital, we call it phygital world is what we live in. Mahesh ji hai yahan pe, and there are some others. I know I'm not taking names just because time is short. The honorable people on the dais. You know, I was just on 26th January, was it? Yes. I was at your headquarters in Rajarhat as the flag hosting. And I was there because of my elder sister, Mamta Binani. Some of you might know her name. And you know, in Bengal, it is very difficult to say no to Mamta. So at her request, I was there. She has been a friend, philosopher, guide, like an elder sister, guiding us. One thing I would like to enumerate, one of the things that I've learned from her. I'm just quoting Mr. Amitabh Bachchan because he seems to, you know, always get the message across. In the movie Pink, he said no means no. And Mamta Binani and Mr. Mahesh Agarwal, who's like my elder brother, who's been my company secretary for now almost 25 years, or at least 20-25 years, both of them tell me more times no than yes. And it is a good virtue to have. Because, you know, as entrepreneurs, we like flexibility. We like things to happen. But there are rules to be followed and paths to be followed because the government has made those rules. Whether we like them or not, the parliament is going to decide that. I am an ex-member of parliament and I'm currently an MLA. In fact, this hotel is on the border of my constituency. So we try and make a law which is suitable for all. We end up making a law which is acceptable to all. So the difference between suitability and acceptability is going to remain. We have to live with that. But I would urge this body to keep flowing in your suggestions. Because whenever, if you want parliamentarians to change the laws or to make them better, to ease compliances, ease of doing business, whatever you want to call it, it will only be done if you give right, good suggestions. When we invite suggestions, I remember when the Companies Act 2013 bill was being drafted. The first draft we received almost no suggestions. They really had to make an all India tour and then some suggestions started coming in. Because, you know, one committee, one panel cannot decide the fate of this entire country. It's too myopic a view. So we need you to keep giving suggestions. We need you to keep your clients in check. We need you to have more compliances, we need you to have more statutory regulations being followed so that this country can grow better. We need you to resist those temptations. I'm sorry, but I'm not trying to preach. I am just mentioning because when I am in Delhi and the finance minister of this country says Calcutta is the capital of capital or Calcutta mein kuch bhi ho jata hai ya CS body mein kuch bhi ho jata hai. So, you know, my only report is, sir, one bad fish does not make the entire pond dirty. So please do not judge us on basis on one or few anecdotal incidents. But at the same time, I must share with you people that as an entrepreneur, even I am guilty of demanding unreasonable thinking. Ye aise ho sakta hai, ye aise ho sakta hai, ye aise ho sakta hai. You know, these things. But it is your job, your responsibility to bring the entrepreneurs back on track and tell them, no, you have to learn to stay within the rules of law. And these were made, again, for everybody's benefit. The another thing that I want to say, company secretary is, I don't know the meaning of the word in today's parlance has grown vast and huge. And we see company secretaries now taking up newer challenges, newer dimensions, newer roles. So while you might want to retain the name company secretary, but the gamut and the ambience that you are covering is very, very huge. I want to congratulate this body. Mahesh ji, who joined me as a company secretary, now is actually our CEO and and everything. He's now running the company. So I don't think this company secretary is less in any manner. I was told this conference is of people who are in full-time jobs, and you are going to have different, but believe me, those who are in full-time jobs have a higher responsibility because they are in their day-to-day, all the transactions are happening through them. All I would say, please go have fun while you are in Calcutta. Welcome to Calcutta, all those who come from outside, please have fun here. I know the rains can be a little bit of spoil sport. The weather prediction is not but I'm sure the Calcuttans will guide you and help you to enjoy your good time. I wish you all the very, very best. And I just want to leave you with one thought. 140 crore Indians. I don't know how many people want to become company secretary, how many people do and successfully enroll in you, and how many people do end up. But I do know that hopes of the entire country are resting on your shoulders. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, sir, for your ideas and thought. Now I request CS B. Narasimhan, President ICSI, to present a memento to our chief guest.
I now request CS Ashish Mohan, Secretary ICSI, to propose a formal vote of thanks.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Shri Vivek Gupta, Managing Director and Chief Group Editor, Sanmark. Shri CSB Narasimhan, President ICSI. CS Sandeep Kumar Kejriwal, Council Member ICSI and Program Director. CS Manish Gupta, Immediate Past President, Central Council Members of ICSI. Shri Ashok Mishra ji, Government Nominee on the Central Council. Esteemed past presidents, former presidents Mahesh Shah ji, Ranjit Pandey ji, Atul Mehta ji, Mohit Shaw, Chairman EIRC, Regional Council members, past chairman of Regional Councils, Chairman and members of the Managing Committees of the chapters, distinguished guests, proud members, virtual participants, dear students and ICSI officials. Namaskar and a warm good afternoon to all of you. It is certainly a privilege for me to stand before you among this esteemed gathering on this special day at Kolkata, where ICSI is celebrating its 5th National Conference of Corporate CS. Many of you would be aware that the Institute of Company Secretaries of India was once established as a Section 25 company under the then Companies Act 1956, and later on the profession of company secretaries was firmly established in 1981 when the Company Secretaries Act 1980 came into force. But let me ask you one thing. How many of you know that the city of Kolkata carries with its history of the Institute of Company Secretaries of India long back in 1956. It was a period where the Kolkata had the largest number of company secretaries in India with a dominance in large business houses. Taking you to the history, Mr. D.L. Majumdar, ICS, who was the then Secretary to the Department of Company Law Administration in 1953, which then functioned under the Ministry of Finance, convened an All India Conference of Company Secretaries in this city of joy on October 1956, which was the milestone event in the antiquity of our institute. It was in this historic meeting where Mr. Majumdar observed that, I am quoting him, just as the modern government cannot be run without the secretariat, similarly, no modern company management can be carried out without a company secretary. This thought process led to setting up of the Institute of Company Secretaries of India as an autonomous organization. Ladies and gentlemen, it was in this city where the first moment of incorporation of an institute got cradled and had its baby steps. As Warren Buffett wisely said, someone is sitting in the shade today because someone planted a tree long time ago. Let's give a big round of applause to the great hearts who worked tirelessly to create our esteemed institution. Their dedication and vision have laid the foundation upon which we continue to grow and flourish. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of the conference, Transforming Governance for Viksit Bharat, is extremely relevant as it is pivotal in outlining the blueprint for India's journey towards becoming a developed nation by 2047. The theme sets the stage for collaborative efforts for reshaping India's regulatory framework to meet global standards. As we all know, good governance lays the foundation for sustainable development as it aids in building trust and confidence among the citizens, investors and international partners, creating an attractive opportunity for investments and innovation. In the sphere of corporate governance, company secretaries are the custodians of integrity and compliance. Company secretaries play a pivotal role in ensuring businesses not only meet regulatory standards, but also upholds the highest ethical principles. Beyond compliance, our members champion sustainable practices and align businesses with emerging governance trends, fostering a culture of accountability and ethical conduct. Let's acknowledge our heavy responsibility in shaping a responsible, resilient and ethical corporate governance in India, and let's be proud of it. Ladies and gentlemen, the National Conference of Corporate CS is an opportunity to rejuvenate the dreams of the founding fathers of the profession. The ICSI, through its various initiatives, has been steadfast in nurturing proficient governance professionals who will spearhead nation towards a Viksit Bharat. We have an impressive array of eminent speakers who are here with us to share their knowledge and wisdom during the technical sessions that will follow throughout the course of the conference. Our chief guest, Shri Vivek Gupta, Managing Director and Chief Editor, Sanmark. So we would like to express our sincere gratitude. We know you were hard-pressed for time, but still, in spite of that, you have found time for gracing this event, and with your presence and sharing your valuable insights, your address has undoubtedly set a high tone for the conference ahead. Thank you, sir, for being with us today. The theme, an event of such magnitude, could not have been a memorable one without a great leadership. Let me express my gratitude to CSB Narasimhan, President ICSI, our Vice President CS Dhananjay Shukla, CS Sandeep Kumar Kejriwal, Council Member and Program Director. We also acknowledge the support received from CS Manish Gupta, immediate past President ICSI, all the Central Council members, all the former presidents, CS Mohit Shaw, Chairman EIRC, other Regional Council members, Chairman and Managing Committee members of various chapters. I would like to extend my gratitude to the ICSI team whose tireless efforts and meticulous planning have made this event a resounding success. I would like to extend my appreciation to all participants present here as well as who have joined us virtually for this conference. I would also like to extend my gratitude to all our sponsors and partners. Your generous support is instrumental for the success of an event like this, and it reflects your unwavering dedication to shaping a brighter future of our nation. Ladies and gentlemen, as we envision a developed India by 2047, innovative and transparent governance is crucial to achieving our goals. Together, let's explore the strategies and collaborations needed to reshape our nation's future. Thank you once again. Jai Hind, Jai ICSI.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we have come to the conclusion of our inaugural session. Request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात
जलधितरङ्गा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
We request all the delegates to kindly remain seated. We'll begin the first technical session of the conference shortly.
You say we are not taking a break? Just dice like that, we're just not taking. লিখলে আবার বসে বসে এখন স্বাভাবিক না লিখলে তো হবে না ও কেন ফোন করতে ধরবে তোমার না তোমার ফোন স্প্রেন ইনডিড স্প্রেন ইনডিড ইয়েস
Request everyone to kindly be seated. We are about to begin the first technical session for the conference on the topic Framework and Trends for ESG Reporting.
I request our panelist, CS Ranjit Pandey, past President ICSI, Dr. Harish Ahuja, Head Sustainability, National Stock Exchange of India, CS S. Radhakrishnan, Executive Director and President, Infinity Infotech Parks Limited, and our session moderator, CS Venkatramana R. and CS Suresh Pandey, Central Council Member ICSI, to please be on the dais. Meanwhile, can we please welcome the dame with a huge round of applause.
I request CS Venkatramana R to present the planters to CS Ranjit Pandey. I request CS Suresh Pandey to present a planter to Dr. Harish Ahuja. I request CS Venkata Ramana R once again to present a planter to CS S Radhakrishnan. I now request CS Suresh Pandey to give introductory remarks and introduce the panelists on the dais.
नमस्कार बंधुगण, कोलकातार माटीते आपनादेर स्वागतो जनाय. On behalf of ICSI, I welcome you all in today's first technical topic, and it is on very apt topic basically. So framework and trends for ESG reporting. People are saying ESG is new concept for India, but I want to tell you that it is not new for India. It is in the roots of the country basically. It is in the roots. And sustainability is universe and ESG is a planet. And we in India, following the principle of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, Sarve Santu, like Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, Sarve Santu Niramaya. So we are Hello. So we are following the concept of Vasudhaiva. तो ESG की बात जैसे शुरू हुई, स्पीकर ने हमारा साथ देना शुरू कर दिया. सो वी आर फॉलोइंग द प्रिंसिपल ऑफ वसुधैव कुटुंबकम एंड सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिना सर्वे सन्तु निरामया. सो बिगेस्ट एग्जांपल ऑफ sustainability and ESG I can say, you can see family of Lord Shiva. You can see Lord Shiva like it is in our culture, basically it is in our root. तो जब शिव की परिकल्पना हम लोगों को करना बताया गया, व्हेन यू सी लॉर्ड शिवा, तो हम देखते हैं कि शिव जी ने अपनी जटाओं में गंगा को रखा, जिसमें हमें बताया गया कि गंगा हमारी माँ है, रिवर है. तो एनवायरनमेंट कंजर्वेशन हमें वहीं से सिखाया गया. शिव को जब आपने और पास से करीब से देखा तो हमने देखा कि शिव के गले में सर्प है और एक ऐसा विषैला जंतु जिसको समाज में हर कोई चाहता है कि सांप मेरे पास ना आए, उस शिव ने गले में धारण किया. थोड़ा और आगे चलें जब हम, तो जैसे आजकल फैक्ट्रीज में हैजार्डियस सब्सटेंस निकलता है, उसी तरीके से समुद्र मंथन में जब विष निकला तो उस विष को शिव ने उस विष का पान किया और उसको अपने गले में रखा. तो किस तरीके से हैजार्डियस सब्सटेंस का मैनेजमेंट या वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट हम लोगों को सिखाया गया. थोड़ा और आगे बढ़ें तो हम ये देखते हैं कि जो शिव का घर है वो कैलाश है, वो किसी महल में नहीं रहते. तो किस तरीके से पर्वत की, पहाड़ की इम्पोर्टेंस थी, किस तरीके से एनवायरनमेंट की इम्पोर्टेंस थी, वो बताया गया. शिव की जो सवारी है, शिव का जो वाहन है वो है नंदी बैल, माँ पार्वती का वाहन है सिंह. और अगर आप फूड चेन देखें तो फूड चेन में सिंह का आहार होता है बैल, लेकिन ना नंदी बैल को सिंह नहीं खाता. तो इसका मतलब सस्टेनेबिलिटी है, जियो और जीनो दो. थोड़ा और आगे चलें, शिव के बेटे कार्तिकेय हैं, उनका वाहन है मोर और शिव के गले में है सर्प. फूड चेन में अगर हम देखते हैं तो सर्प है मोर का आहार, लेकिन एक दूसरे को नहीं खाते, ना नुकसान पहुंचाते हैं. थोड़ा और आगे चलें तो गणेश, उनका वाहन है चूहा मूसक और फूड चेन में मूसक जो है वो सर्प का आहार है. तो दिस इज द एग्जाम्पल ऑफ सस्टेनेबिलिटी इन आवर कल्चर बेसिकली. तो लोगों को अगर लगे कि 2009 में जब पहली बार वॉलेंट्री गाइडलाइन फॉर CSR आई, तब से इंडिया में CSR की या सस्टेनेबिलिटी की, ESG की शुरुआत हुई? तो नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है। हम उस कंट्री से बिलोंग करते हैं जहाँ पे पर्वत को, पेड़ को, नदी को भगवान के देवताओं के रूप में पूजा जाता है। तो वी आर फ्रॉम दैट कंट्री। और सस्टेनेबिलिटी इंडिया में, इंडिया के जड़ों में है, सस्टेनेबिलिटी इंडिया के रूट में है। एंड वी ऑल नो हाउ ESG इज इम्पॉर्टेंट फॉर अस। और अगर मैं बात करूं कि वाई वी आर डिस्कसिंग अबाउट ESG, लाइक वी ऑल नो इट इज कंपल्सरी फॉर 1000 लिस्टेड कंपनीज, दे हैव टू रिपोर्ट इन देयर BRSR रिपोर्ट। बट अगर आप किसी छोटी सी कंपनी में काम करते हैं, विच इज MSME कंपनी, एंड इट इज सप्लाइंग इट्स गुड्स टू एनी कंपनी इन यूरोप, तो जो यूरोप वाली कंट्री है उसको अपने सप्लाई चेन मैकेनिज्म में ESI का कंप्लायंस कराना पड़ेगा। If you are a practicing company secretary or your corporate company secretary, you are providing your services to any company which is MSME here in India, and you are looking forward to take some investor or investment from outside India, you have to be comply, you have to fall in line for the ESG. So this is very important topic, very important concept. It is not limited merely to the reporting. So this is why we are discussing and what role we can play as a company secretary in the field of ESG. This is very important, and we need to discuss this. Why we are discussing ESG? So as a company secretary, you can play a vital role in making policies, in making framework on ESG. You can play a vital role in basically implementation of those policies. You can play a great role in assessment. And many company secretaries as social auditors are doing assessment in the field of ESG. So you can play a great role in the new era, in the new concept, which is ESG due diligence. You can play a great role in ESG rating also, and we will discuss all these things. So to discuss this very important topic, which is very, very important for the company secretary, we have with us 3 extraordinary speakers, I would say. CS Ranjit Pandey ji, Dr. Harish Ahuja ji, Head Sustainability and NSC from NSC, CS S. Radhakrishnan ji, Executive Director, Infinity Infotech Park Limited. Please give a big round of applause for all the eminent speakers. So I would like to read a brief profile for our speakers. So first speaker is CS Ranjit Pandey ji. I think introduction is not required for him, and he is very famous personality in CS fraternity. So sir is past president of ICSI and he is a practicing company secretary from Delhi. तो सर मुझे लगता है इससे ज़्यादा पढ़ने की ज़रूरत आपके बारे में नहीं है, और आप तो क्योंकि हमारे फैमिली का मेंबर ही है, तो प्लीज़ गिव अ बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज। और कलकत्ता जो है, कलकत्ता की धरती पे हमने ऐसा सुना है कि कलकत्ता जो है वो जॉय की सिटी है, यहाँ पे खुशी मिलती है। लेकिन मैं एक बात और बोलना चाहूँगा कि कलकत्ता धरती है डेमोक्रेसी की, जहाँ से सभ्यता की मैं मानूंगा कि शुरुआत हुई, और किस तरीके से कलकत्ता में ने हमें देश के बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट लोग दिए। ये धरती है सुभाष चंद्र बोस की, ये धरती है रविंद्रनाथ टैगोर की, ये धरती ऐसे ऐसे सपूत इस धरती ने हमें दिए कि जिसकी वजह से आज हमारी कंट्री बन पाई। जो भारत का नक्शा हमें दिखता है वो सिर्फ मुझे लगता है कलकत्ता की वजह से। तो कलकत्ता वालों से मैं इतनी उम्मीद जरूर करूँगा कि तालियों में कंजूसी कृपया ना करें। तो जोरदार तालियाँ रंजीत पांडे सर के लिए एक बार और। So our second speaker is Dr. Harish Ahuja ji. He is Head Sustainability, National Stock Exchange of India. Dr. Harish Ahuja is Head Product and Strategy Development and basically in primary market relationship and investor awareness services at NSC. He is an ex-civil servant having 25 years of experience, primary in the energy market and corporate sector in 2011. So he has served as Ministry of Power, Government of India, Government of NCT of Delhi and Andaman Nicobar. He had also taken entrepreneur journey as founder of India Go Solar, India's first solar and marketplace. Harish ji has done MTech from IIT Delhi and pursued MBA from NTU Singapore. He also holds PhD in electricity market from IIT Delhi and author a book of reforming power sector reform, multiple conflicts. So अगर मैं पूरा प्रोफाइल पढ़ने लगूँ तो मुझे लगता है कि हमारा सेशन इसी में ख़त्म हो जाएगा। तो जोरदार तालियां डॉक्टर हरीश आहूजा जी के लिए। Today we have with us very eminent personality, C.S. Radhakrishnan. He is Executive Director and President, Infinity Infotech Parks Limited. Mr. S. Radhakrishnan is an esteemed Executive Director and President of Infinity Infotech Parks Limited and a distinguished personality in corporate sector. Renowned for his exceptional leadership and sustainable contribution across diverse industry, Mr. Radhakrishnan began his illustrious career in India Power Corporation Limited, formerly known as DPSC Limited, where he initially served as company secretary and steadily progressed to become a managing director from January 2003 to February 2010. So this is inspiration for us. He started his journey as a company secretary and promoted as executive director of that company. So please give a big round of applause for C.S. Radhakrishnan. So without taking much time, I request my colleague, Mr. Venkat Ramanna, to start from the first question. Venkat sir, please.
Very good afternoon, everybody, to this wonderful conference. Friends, we have with us the senior most professionals who are here to address all our queries. At the outset, I would like to take the first question to Mr. Ahuja ji. He is from National Stock Exchange head. Sir, how the concept of ESG has evolved in India, being a developing nation and committed to achieve the sustainable development goals targets by 2030.
Good afternoon, Kolkata. Thank you very much. First of all, on behalf of National Stock Exchange, I'd like to offer my sincere thanks to CS Institute for inviting us on this very important conference around corporate CS transforming governance for Viksit Bharat. I think Ranjit ji has been very kind to me. In fact, he keeps inviting me for such conferences and allow me to share my perspective. But I think today's conference is very important because you have written Viksit Bharat here. I'll try to touch upon that. But I think to start with, let me answer your question. So Mr. Pandey has already covered how the sustainability is in our culture, in our mythological roots. But I'll be try to specify only the structure part of this, how exactly sustainability started. So I think those people, I think most of you will be aware, but let me take with the time series. So at 2009, it was voluntary for the corporate to share their response in terms of their reporting around best practices in the businesses. In 2011, so I like to just give an idea, sustainability is not a national or local concept. It is driven by the global perspective. So in my time series, in my time analysis, I'll share how exactly the globe has contributed to this entire developed up concept. To 2009, there was a voluntary guidelines around how the businesses can respond on their best practices. In 2011, United Nations first time came out with a business responsibility framework, which India adopted. In 2012, SEBI first time asked 150 top listed companies to report on, we call it BRRR, Business Responsibility Reporting. In 2013, you all are aware, the Company Act enacted. 2014, Section 135, where CSR spent was mandatory mandated. In 2015, 500 companies was asked to comply with BRR regulations. In 2016 to 2019, government, or you can say the think tank, or you can say the expert group went deeper into how exactly CSR can be taken to the next level. And there was a committee also, and then they came with the national principle of responsible reporting. 2021, we started a BRSR. First time business responsibility and sustainability reporting came in the picture. 2021, 1,000 companies are mandated to file their BRSR report. 2022, you all are aware, we talked about the BRSR core, which was nothing but under 9 principle, 46 criteria has to be reported, and that has to be given assurance for. by reasonable assurance or limited assurance. But when I see sustainability, per se, being a power sector, being an infra finance professional, being an ex-bureaucrat, I see sustainability as just one part of this trinity. And the trinity has three components. One is net energy zero transition. Second is ESG reporting. And third part is, very important, social stock exchange development. I think many of your company secretary are now seeing this aspect, and all three are connected. ESG reporting, net energy transition, and social stock exchange. And social stock exchange came the last in this entire time series in November, December 2022. SEBI put a framework for social stock exchange, and I see it as an integral part of this entire ESG framework. I talk it later. I think at this question, I think this is sufficient information.
Thank you very much.
I would like to take the second question, and it is very relevant and it is very important, because being an Indian, when we see, so I was traveling in Kolkata, I've seen a dharamshala. जब उसके बारे में मैंने पूछा तो लोगों ने बताया कि एक धर्मशाला है जो एक यहाँ के बहुत बड़े बिजनेसमैन थे, उन्होंने इसको बनाया, और जो कोई गरीब व्यक्ति है जिसके पास अपने बच्चे की शादी करने के लिए पैसे नहीं है, तो दिस इज द धर्मशाला विच इज फंडिंग बेसिकली फॉर द मैरिज. तो ईएसजी का कॉन्सेप्ट और समाज का कॉन्सेप्ट तो इंडिया में बहुत स्ट्रांग है, बट जो विच इज द सेकेंड क्वेश्चन which is coming in mind, what are the milestone, like as a professional I am asking this question, what are the milestone which you understand are critical to the success story of ESG in India, and what has been the initial reaction or respectiveness of India as regard to ESG reporting, because reporting is very, very important here, because you are doing the work, you are investing your money in the society, you are doing something for the environment, for the governance, but you have to compile the data and report it in the form of BRSR. So that is also very important that you are reporting something. So I request Ranjit sir to answer this question, please.
Thank you so much, Suresh. Thank you, ICSI, EIRC, for inviting me and giving me opportunity to speak on this very apt and relevant topic. And in fact, it's a buzzword for the country now. I will go a little bit in the background and will start from where Dr. Ahuja has left. Receptiveness, this is the main word I have picked. I think this is not about the receptiveness. It is now compulsion. And if I'm saying it is compulsion for the entire ecosystem, be it professionals, be it regulator, be it government, be it any institution, global body, United Nations, everywhere. ESG is now compulsion. And if something is becoming the compulsion, everybody will have to follow. There is no question of receptiveness. We have to receive it. Otherwise, we will not be able to survive in the longer run. And that is what the sustainability is, that live the present in such a manner that you should preserve the future for the future generations. This is what the most important punchline for the ESG. And it is not the new concept. 1972, everything has started. And it at the global level, I think United Nations Environment Program, first time 1972, Stockholm Conference. Thereafter 2000 I will say Millennium Development Program. 8 programs which has been highlighted, and 2015 is another milestone where 17 Sustainable Development Goals has been identified and adopted by all the countries. And thereafter, Indian milestone has been highlighted by Dr. Ahuja. For me, I think one of the most important milestone was 2009 itself, when we understood and recognized the concept of, say, social responsibility and governance. Of course, SEBI coming out with the concept of BRR and notifying, and now most nodal today is National Guidelines for Voluntary Responsible Business Conduct. So National Guidelines for Responsible Business Conduct is giving the principles, 9 principles upon which we should take the ESG forward. I think question was that what the milestone and how receptiveness and what process we should follow. I think we will dwell upon it in greater detail in times to come or as the session progresses. But what I am trying to say that businesses need natural resources. Businesses need human resources. Businesses are required to use the entire atmosphere and ecosystem. And if you are part of this particular ecosystem, then you will have to give it back to the ecosystem also. If resources are proper, it is available, you will be able to use it and produce the profit for you. So concept of 3P, people, prosperity and planet. Planet always come first. If planet will be there, then people will be there, and people will be there, then we'll be able to enjoy the prosperity and will be prosperous. So this concept we need to follow. As far as processes are concerned, system and concerned, I will say 9 principles are there, and BRSR core is already highlighted. In fact, we will be discussing in great detail in times to come. For me, Suresh, receptiveness has already started. 1,000 companies has already started implementing the ESG. As a professional, it is responsibility of we company secretaries to take the lead, understand the concept, because what I feel that as a key managerial personnel sitting in the board, we are the nodal agency who can interact with all the stakeholders, be it customers, be it board, be it employee, be it any kind of stakeholder. So we are sitting at the middle. We can become the catalyst to propagate the concept of the ESG in organization, be it stakeholder consultation for identifying the need and say value of the ESG in our organization. Thereafter, after stakeholder consultation, identifying the value chain partners, that part also we can do and assist the business manager, then take it to the board for framing the policy and approval. So entire ecosystem of ESG, if you will see in the implementation, adaptation and say even evaluation and reporting. Lastly, reporting also we are important say constituent. So we have already received, we are in the process of implementing it, but we have to take it down to the corporates where it is not mandatory.
I request Venkat sir to please take next question.
Radhakrishnan sir, having said the milestones what are achieved by India, would like to add any more supplement, any more views of Ranjit sir?
I think he has covered most of the issues, but in my professional experience, initial reactions from India corporates to ESG reporting were mixed. Large firms, especially IT and finance firms, they were more wanted ESG as a competitive advantage, enhancing their brand value and investor trust. Conversely, the smaller firms were having difficulty because of their lack of resources and resource constraints and awareness gaps. Of course, today, as mentioned by Mr. Ranjit, the stakeholders' pressure, and including from the global investors, is prompting for a broader adoption. Businesses are realizing that ESG excellence aligns with long-term profitability and resilience. That's all I have.
I request Sir, Mr. Ahuja to add something on
So
this.
I think in the entire journey of this ESG, starting from 1972, I see three critical milestones which distinguish Indian journey, in this entire space. The first and foremost is definitely 2014, where Section 135 mandated companies to spend 2% of their profits. It's a very defining milestone because none other country across the globe has made it mandated and compulsory. The rest everywhere, it is more like a voluntary mechanism. Second aspect, which I think, again, I believe it's a very significant milestone, is introduction of BRSR core and then putting audit over it. I think filing the reports, submission of a report is a very routine, dull compliance effort, but getting assurance and then looking into those assurance for doing execution around this is a significant milestone. And third very important milestone, which I think is a part of this entire journey, but we don't talk about that much, is introduction of social stock exchange. Samaj, Bajar or Sarkar, ek saath. Social stock exchange is going to revolutionize the entire concept of ESG, entire concept of Sarkar, Samaj, NGOs, for-profit agencies coming together and raising the capital to cover the causes or help the causes which are otherwise in the domain of governance or government. So I think these three different 2014, 2023 concept of, 2022 concept of BRSR core and finally social stock exchange November 2023. These are the three defining moments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, as you said, the historical growth of the ESG, introduction of ESG in India, I would like to draw your attention of Swami Vivekanandaji's view, he expressed it by him, stating that on environmental pollution and changes in the ecology as an obvious outcome of industrial growth. So this is the view expressed by Swami Vivekanandaji in those days itself. And even in our Vedas, we used to study Vriksho Rakshati Rakshitaha, which is state that the saving of trees, saving of us. So I would like to ask this question that, as the climate changes intensify and the social inequities persist, and more than just green promises are there, how ESG reporting would be a central force for corporates in shaping the operational strategies and how they will make good governance in ESG?
Your question is around how exactly the BRSR reporting would help the climate change initiative of the government of India at the global level, correct? Yes. Yeah. So let's understand what exactly is commitment of India around climate change. So India at the level of Prime Minister has already decided, in fact, that India will be net zero by 2070. 2070. Now what does it mean? Net zero means we will not emitting the carbon dioxide beyond a threshold. Now let's take those scientific approach. Let's take a call basis the corporate culture. It's not easy to become. We should be acknowledged that becoming net zero is not cheap affair, and remaining net zero is very expensive affair. So let me give you some numbers. We need around at the global level, we need around $2.4 trillion year on year till 2050 to become net zero. I'm talking global level. At Europe level, we need 500 billion year on year to become net zero till 2050. At Asia level also, we need around 500 billion year on year to become net zero. At India level now, $40 billion year on year. To become net zero, we need $40 billion year on year. At present, we are spending not more than $3 billion to $4 billion to become net zero. So there is an enormous need of fund, enormous need of, capital expenditure, creating such institutions, such resources, which will make us net zero. Now let's come back to how the BRSR or ESG reporting framework help us to monitor this progress. So BRSR, SR, be it core, be it BSR, SR, there is a special reporting on GHG emission, greenhouse gas emissions, where we report three kind of emissions: scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. In scope 1, every organization has to report what kind of energy sources they are using in-house to meet their energy needs. In gigajoule or megajoule, whatever their unit is, they have to report. In scope 2, for meeting my energy needs, what kind of power or energy sources I'm buying from second sources. Like in my premises, what kind of power I buy from Tata Power Company. So I had to report scope 2. And the scope 3 is when I buy the product from my vendor, what kind of pollution they create and what kind of resources they are using and how exactly that is polluting the environment. So scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, all this reporting has to be done religiously, and I'm very happy to share this is the part of BRSR and BRSR core. SEBI understand that GHG reporting is going to be key for making us aligned to the long-term goal of net zero. I do believe that climate change initiatives which has been taken by central government or at the UNFCCC level would be very well aligned if all the corporates, not 1,000 but all, including SMEs, start measuring and managing this GHG emission, be it scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, because it will clearly show the picture in terms of the carbon footprint, the cost they need to bear to mitigate this climate, the carbon dioxide, and third, how they'll make a path for executing, for mitigating those emissions. So I think BRSR is completely aligned for climate change here. Thank you.
Ranjit sir, request you to please add something on this point.
Just want to add something into it. As a professional, on the professional point of view, I just want to highlight, Dr. Ahuja has mentioned about the BRSR core and it is completely aligned. But we as a professional need to align it to our own businesses. And in fact, I must compliment the regulators that, or in fact Government of India, that they have not made this particular say BRSR framework or national guidelines on the nitty-gritty. It is made principle based. And when something is principle based, you can apply those principles or interpret those principles according to your need. You are, whatever say impact you are going to create on the environment, whatever impact your business is going to do on the environment. So all the flexibility is there with you as a business houses or as a business. What your value chain partners are doing, how your product are going to impact. So I will highlight certain say parameter which has been mentioned already there, which we need to take care, and whenever we are going for the stakeholder consultation or strategical say assessment or measurement of our own ESG goals and targets, whenever we are fixing and making the strategy or aligning our policy with our goals and targets, we should keep in your mind carbon footprints, environmental risk we are going to create as a say while producing our goods or giving our services, energy efficiency, health and safety, product safety, recycle, reuse related things, ethical behavior, company culture, governance, incident management, regulatory compliance. So all these things we need to take care as a professional while framing and implementing BRSR core or 9 principle, aligning our goals with the 9 principle of national guidelines for responsible business conduct.
Ranjit sir, here it is pertinent to, like, I want to add something. When I was a young kid, small kid, so my father used to tell me कि देखना एक दिन तुम पानी और हवा भी बिकेगी. So we can't imagine at that time कि पानी और हवा कैसे बिकेगी. पानी तो unlimited आता है. But we can see the change. Like आज के समय में जो हमारे forefather थे, उन्होंने शायद नदियों से पानी पिया, हमारे पिताजी ने कुएं से पानी पिया, हम लोग अभी बोरवेल वाला पी ले रहे हैं, लेकिन हमारे बच्चे बॉटल वाला पानी पिएंगे. So this is very important that we should discuss, and the world has accepted this, and they sit together and discuss about, like in 2015 they discussed in the United Nations, and they decided that we should discuss, deliberate, and we should come out with some sustainable development goal, and they have come up also, like there are 17 sustainable goals, and there is a target that world should achieve these goals by 2030, 2030. I think they have extended the 5 years, 2035 by they have to do it. So ESG is present and future. Like as a company secretary, I think we should discuss on this topic. And here I want to ask a question from Radhakrishnan sir, and it is very important that globally there is change in business perspective from profit minting machine to responsible citizen, sir. And what key initiative do you suggest, like change the perception of ESG reporting in India from compliance burden to culture of a responsible conduct of business? So this is very important, sir. I request you to kindly answer this question.
To change the perception of ESG, the first foremost is the leadership commitment. The leadership has to commit that yes, we will demonstrate the commitment to sustainability. Then the education and awareness, the most conduct training programs and workshop. Actually, such conference helps in making people aware of these things. And stakeholders engagement. And engage the stakeholders, that is including investors, customers, employees, to understand their ESG expectations and other things. And we are always look for incentives in whatever we do. So if there are incentives introduced for both stakeholders, for product, in the ESG performance for the employees or for the other stakeholders, then that also changes the perception of the ESG. And the most important is it has to be integrated with the business processes. Otherwise, it will never. It can't be an isolated ESG reporting or ESG plan. It has to be integrated with the business processes. And as mentioned earlier, the collaboration with reporting standards, which has been created by various regulators and others. And the most important nowadays, technology is there and which helps for reporting. So technology has to be adopted for ease of reporting the ESG standards. These are the few things which I think should be followed by all concerned.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, as you told that, the perception of the leadership should change, the perception of the management should change. In this aspect, I would like to say that, the management always, the businessman is always a businessman, always looks for the profit making. And he would be least bothered about the, oftentimes least bothered about the sustainability areas. But as you said, now I request Ranjit sir to answer that whether this ESG to be a compliance perspective or a governance perspective, point one, and how the business objectives should align with the sustainable goals.
Very apt and very nice question, I must say. In fact, lot of reluctance as Radha sir has initiated that, in fact, he highlighted that initial receptiveness of the ESG was mixed. Why it was mixed? Because people, including we professional also, feel that it is cost to the company, it is a burden on the company, it is another compliance burden on the company. But let me tell you, it is not the compliance burden. In the longer run, company is going to be profitable, company is going to get greater investments. I was reading one, case study on this, company name called Coats. They were investing heavily, they identified one of their goal to reduce water consumption because they were into the thread making, and after making the thread, coloring of the thread was consuming lot of water. So they invested into the R&D, and they wanted to develop some technology by which they should be say, color the thread by printing rather than going for the water-related coloring process. After a lot of struggle and years of say, R&D, they are able to develop it. And the moment they have developed it, the process becomes very simple, and gallons of water they are able to reduce. So they contributed to the environment. At the same time, their profitability has also been increased. Taking a clue from this particular topic, as a professional or technocrats also, because ESG ecosystem is not going to work on the, say, one pillar. It has to have the various pillars, various constituents involved. It will start from the, say, lowest stakeholder consultation level. Everywhere, wherever we are doing the processes, plant, manufacturing process, supply chain, everything. Identifying from there, number one. After that, once I have identified that this is my goal and this is my target, here I want to reduce impact on my environment. Here I want to improvise my product. Like Colgate company has identified that tubes which were manufacturing from the, distributing in the plastic, it should be sustainable and it should be recyclable. They have replaced it. Now they are thinking that we should recollect it also. So use, reuse, recollect or dispose. So there are techniques which has been developed. So that kind of thing, identification. Once you have identified the goal, then spend in the R&D, spend in the, say, implementation process, and thereafter, once you are implemented it and going forward, definitely you will be able to display it, report it. Through reporting and disclosure, you will be able to display it. Once you are displaying it, the commitment to the environment, commitment to the society, commitment to the planet, definitely ESG investors will come into your company. Lot of people are going to invest. In fact, one report I was reading, PRI report. In that particular report, it is said that 3,000 asset owners, investment manager and service provider has already committed to the integrated ESG factor into investment decision making. That means this kind of investment decision making is also happening based on the ESG. And you must have heard, in fact exchanges can vouch for it, that ESG related funds, ESG related mutual funds and all these things are available now in the market. So the kind of value, the kind of branding the company is going to get in the times to come, it is certainly going to bring the profitability and prosperity to the company.
Sir, here I want to add something, like if you are a company and you are asking for a loan from a bank and your project is ESG compliant, then many PSU banks also, like PNB Bank, is providing you loan facility at the rate of 7% per annum. So ESG is a new initiative of the government also, like they are supporting this part. So, but I request Dr. Harish Ahuja to kindly add something on this point.
No, I think I like to add only upon compliance versus governance aspect. So as a frontline regulator, we understand that, till the time India achieve a particular threshold or Indian companies achieve a particular threshold of development, it has to be top-bottom, top to bottom. But I think ultimately the ESG or sustainability, or you can say this very goal of living the future for our generations would come if it is a bottoms-up approach. And I always believe in this. Let's listen to this very important theory given by Kuznets. So there was a gentleman called Simon Kuznets. In 1965 to 1970, he propounded a theory. And this theory is like this. He said, if I take on x-axis the GDP growth and on y-axis the income inequality, what he noticed is very important. He said that initially when the GDP grows, inequality increases. And after a time, it will plateau. And if the GDP grows further, inequality decreases. So he connected the inequality with the development. So that's why I said transforming governance for Viksit Bharat. I think many of the solutions of our environmental problem, be it we are using coal versus solar, or we are using, we are not recycling the water, we are not valuing the water. This is related to developed world, If we become developed world, as the GDP grows, there is one more theory, we call it environmental Kuznets curve, which was propounded in 1992. It's a very famous theory. In fact, all the people who are in the climate science or in the climate finance or sustainable finance read this theory very seriously. So this environmental Kuznets curve follow this. So on x-axis, if you follow the GDP, same like previous. On y-axis, you follow the GHG emissions. Initially, the GHG emissions grows. As the country get development, GHG emission growth, like we are adding more solar thermal plants. Initially we added more gas plant like China. So India also is still adding coal plants, So our GHG emissions going up, but beyond the level, our GHG emissions will go down. Similarly, as the country become more developed, the people become more prosperous. They demand the product which are more sustainable. I think this India has to take some time. I think till 2040, we are not at that time, but I think till that time, top-bottom approach will work, but ultimately bottoms to top approach. And I think once that happens, governance will be the key rather than the compliance. And I don't see that is, so in some strata of the segment in India, people are demanding good products. People are demanding good quality, highly environmental conscious product. In certain aspect, we are not demanding it. I think it has started, and Ranjit is very right. I can just give one example. In 2010, when government was pushing solar project, company were resisting it. They were saying it's very expensive, 16 rupees cost. But when they adopted the green practices, they adopted the clean projects, today solar is costing 2 rupees 40 paisa per unit, and thermal is costing, which is dirty fuel, 5 rupees. So if many a times it is not the cost, it's the benefit. So I think we need to see the entire spectrum of green practices or clean practices or sustainable practices as a benefit, not as a cost.
In fact, EV is also one of the example. EV and
I will come on EV part, but like sir, as a practicing company secretary, when I will see this ESG concept, and I know that many company secretaries who are in job or in practice, they are framing the policies, they are framing the framework for ESG compliances, they are working in the field of implementation even, they are doing the reporting also, they are doing the helping in the ratings also. But when we come at the level of data collection, it is very important, data collection. So it is very difficult for the company secretary, and what are the main challenges associated with the data collection? See, I can give one example here. So when I started for this conference from my home, I took blue cab, sir. It is very, it is in fashion now in Delhi. So blue cab leke jab main airport pe pahuncha, immediately I got a message, you saved 20 kg carbon emission, CO2. But where is the green benefit? I am paying to them and they are sharing the message that you saved this much of emission. So basically the calculation and the reporting is very important part, and I request Ranjit sir to take this question and other panelists also, what are the main challenges associated as for data collection as a company secretary? Reporting is very easy. As a company secretary, you need to coordinate with many departments, you need to coordinate with the marketing, with the HR, with every department. So what is the role of CS in data collection? Ranjit sir, please.
See, this particular part, particularly data collection and say data related analysis, I think here we need to help the technology. And first and foremost important thing here is that understanding your ESG parameters. Once you are able to fix the parameters and comparability, you have to develop that what you are consuming today, what you are going to consume tomorrow. And if you are not able to fix the parameters properly, then you will not be able to even fix the goals. Because as Dr. Ahuja has mentioned, that by 2030 you need to be the carbon neutral. This is the commitment. And there are so many companies, Cipla, HUL, all these companies are already achieving the target what they are, planned. In fact, ICSI has released one book last year business responsibility and sustainability reporting. So on the basis of the corporate governance award, say whatever data we have received, 2 company analysis, I think Cipla and another company, I don't remember the name, they have done the analysis, and on the basis of that analysis, almost 70% they have already achieved. So this is what the happening. But how you will be analyzing, that is the most important thing. And for analysis, as I have said in the beginning, fixing the parameters, fixing the criteria and fixing the goal is important. As far as calculation is concerned, there we need to have the help of the technology. There are many software companies who are developing the softwares. There are many, say, agencies who are involved into these processes where they come and help you and, analyze the whole process. After analysis, doing the, say, diligence, and then they bring out the data to you. As far as, say, bringing it to the table and then comparing it with your goals, your target, you can analyze very well, and thereafter you can give it to the board that how much percentage
that companies can implement continuously to improve ESG scores, and how it will be monitored and how it will be reported, whether it will be useful.
Actually, after hearing Dr. Ahuja and Mr. Ranjit, I don't know whether I should venture into this answering such questions, because as far as ESG is concerned, I think they are on the field. We all more or less on the hearsay or from the reading of the more articles and chapters. However, from my personal understanding, I think to improve the ESG score and rating is the integration into the financial reporting, and as mentioned earlier, the focus on climate change, and of course the most important is the stakeholders' engagement on what they are looking for and to understand. And lastly, as mentioned by Mr. Ranjit, that collecting data is a major this thing. So technology and data analysis, the software platform has to be created, and if it is already available, it is fine. Otherwise, we have to go for that data analysis and help build it. If anything further, I would request Mr. Ranjit or Dr. Ahuja to add to that. What are the measures that companies can implement to continuously improve the ESG ratings?
Sir, can you repeat the question? ESG rating.
ESG ratings, what are the things the companies can?
Oh, good. A panelist asking another question is a good initiative. So you are asking what are the practices? I think you yourself give a very good hint. If we align our primary financial objective around the ESG best practices, the top management is very positive, to consider those alignment. This is first. I think we should align our ESG best practices with the financial objective achieved. Like I just give an example. Today, my electricity bill is roughly 25 crore in a year because I consume around 18% of renewable, 72% of, and 82% is around 82% of coal, thermal or bio. If we move completely to solar, wind or hybrid solar, I say my bill will from 50 crore, it will go down to 28 crores. I can show this, Not only I'm meeting the GHG emission, but at the same time I'm reducing the cost. I'm connecting the bottom line with the top line. So this is the first. Second, I think, again here we need to understand, and I think I like to give a solid example. Many companies which have a good practices of ESG, they are getting a lot of positivity by investors also. Investors are seeing their company in a positive light and they invest more money, in terms of buying their shares or committing to their bonds or, subscribing to their right issues. So I think when they become part of this entire ESG practices, investors as stakeholder participate more. And it has again, it increases your coffers, you get the, like Mr. Pandey said, that bankers also give you the loan at the lesser rate of interest. Your investor also willing to give some premium to your shares if you are using ESG practices. So this is the second. Third, I think, sir, which I said is, there should be consistency from top to bottom. Everyone should be aligned. And I think when I said bottoms up approach, why not a company at their employee level start this bottoms up approach? So one very important thing which we are not talking about is green credit program. If people are keeping a very close eye on BRSR core, SEBI has introduced this concept of green credit program. What is this about? Green credit program is emanating from Prime Minister Life program. Life means life for environment. If you go to any global conference on climate change or for ESG, you'll notice one thing. They're only talking about changing the habits, changing the habits, changing the habits. Because since morning to evening, you are surrounded by fossil fuel. When you wake up, you use the Colgate paste or normal paste, it's again hydrocarbon. You put the sleeper on, it is again the hydrocarbon. Your bucket, your soap, your car, which is half of the hydrocarbons. So you are surrounded by hydrocarbons. Removing those hydrocarbons is very important. And hydrocarbons, unfortunately, are very cheap also. Removing those habits which are cheap and you are so much integrated in your day-to-day life is very difficult. That's why life for environment. How can you adopt the sustainable products? How can you eliminate the fossil fuel use from your life? Instead of paste, can you use the datun again, manjan jise hum kehte hain? Is it possible? Very difficult, very difficult. So Government of India has launched a program called Green Credit. If you go for sustainable products, you will get the green credit, and then green credit can be traded in stock exchanges. ये अब आ गया है BRSR में. So I think bottoms-up approach, if that practices are built into the company's employees through some mechanism, I think that will also encourage the ESG practices. These are the few suggestions.
Sir, I want to add a little bit on this point, if you allow me, because if Dr. Ahuja has discussed about the change of individual. So if I see ESG framework agenda-wise, so there are basically 4 kind of agenda I can identify. Like one is the international agenda, where like countries are sitting together at the United Nations level, they are discussing and they are finding out the solutions. So as an individual, I can't do anything in the international agenda. And second level, when I see there is national agenda, where country is coming up with various schemes, like they are coming up, like Manrega is a big example. Digital Bharat is an example, Safai Abhiyan is a big example, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao is an example of all, all the schemes are related with the sustainable development goals. So this is the national agenda. If you ask me what you can contribute in the national agenda, I can't contribute at the level of basically policy making. So third agenda when I am coming, it is the basically corporate agenda. When corporate is making policy and they are coming up with the new products, like said by Dr. Ahuja, like they are coming with the new products. So at that level, as a company secretary, we can suggest them that this is the framework of ESG, you can follow this framework. And Dr. Ahuja has discussed about the fourth agenda, which is very important, that is the personal agenda. So you need to switch off your lights before going out of the room. So you need to change your habit. So as a company secretary or as an individual, you can always contribute on agenda number 3 and agenda number 4. So this is very important, sir.
Suresh, just want to compliment or add into this only. In fact, Suresh has started with Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. It's a global village concept. And if we talk about the global village concept, then I think everything is aligned. And I will ask every professional before going and venturing into ESG, I think Niti Aayog website you visit and you see the national priorities highlighted. Indicators has been given. Indicator 2024, that particular PDF you will say download, and you will find in that as good as 20 to 25 ministries mentioned there who have been assigned the program of the government of India to implement. And if you see correlated with the 17 SDG goals, then you will find every program of government of India, including Manrega, is coming from the SDG, Millennium Development Program. So we were, till the time I was not ventured into ESG and not talking about ESG or not read anything about it, I was thinking that this is the Government of India program. But this is coming from UN. And Government of India is adopting, every country is adopting. That you have to give the equality. You have to eliminate the extreme poverty. You will have to give education to all. You have to give equity to all. So all these things are coming from the UN goals, 17 SDG goals, adopted by the Government of India, and thereafter, since BRSR core is also aligning, say 9 principle of national, national guidelines for responsible business conduct, they have given same goals to the corporates. And BRSR core has aligned those goals in BRSR core. So what I am trying to say, everything is aligned. Of course, at the personal level, as Suresh has rightly pointed out, that personal level also we can contribute to the cause, we can contribute every way. Energy efficiency is one of the biggest example, waste management is one of the biggest example. अपने घर में कूड़े को 2 पार्ट में बाइफरकेट करना और अब तो 3 पार्ट में बाइफरकेट करना, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक अलग, गीला वाला अलग, सूखा वाला अलग. और अगर ये बाइफरकेट करना हम लोग शुरू कर दें तो बहुत बड़ा, बिकॉज सी अगर कंस्ट्रक्शन रिलेटेड वेस्ट जाता है तो उससे ब्रिक बन के वापस कंस्ट्रक्शन में आता है. दिस इज वॉज द सस्टेनेबिलिटी इज. अगर lot of time. So point here is that everything is aligned. Everybody, including corporate, including individual, need to contribute to the cause to make this program successful.
Thank you, sir. So I request from the audience, if any question is there, you can directly ask from the panelist. Yes, please, ma'am. Someone kindly pass the mic to Mamta, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you for this esteemed panel. Ahuja ji, this is for you, as you were mentioning about Datun example. So government has come out with this concept of life. L-I-F-E, L small I-F-E. So I think it will be nice if we a little bit talk about it, because I think that will also get converted into commercial angle. Because government has understood one thing, that unless you convert it into commercial angle, it will be difficult for the people and the citizens to get bought in. Thank you.
I think in 26th COP 2022, Glasgow, Prime Minister Modi gave this concept of life for environment. And I told you this. So till the time you adopt this top to bottom approach, where government or regulator are insisting upon you to do the business reporting or sustainable reporting, adopt the good practices for sustainable living, things change at a very slow pace, But when people start accepting the change, when people become the part of this change and people drive this change, the things become very different level. So what we're talking about 2017 net zero level, we can achieve it by 2040, people become part of this. And I think our Prime Minister, is very ambitious, very aspirational also. And I think he has that aim that 2050 also we can achieve net zero if people participate. So he gave this kind of slogan of life for environment, where from morning to evening, can you adopt certain practices like हमारे साथी रंजीत भाई ने कहा कि that you should go for waste segregation, or you should go energy efficiency, or adopt the natural way of like datun karo, very simple example, instead of paste, or use the natural products instead of the soap. Can we do this? So for that, Government of India has started a formal program. Last budget has put $400 million, लगभग 3200 करोड़ रुपए के आसपास गवर्नमेंट ने ये पैसा रखा हुआ है. Any agency, even CSI, Institute, ICSI can go and say that we are doing certain awareness program of life, can get the grant. Niti Aayog is the custodian of that fund. Many startups which are coming to nature therapy or giving the natural products are also getting funded. The most important thing is Green Credit Program. Green Credit Program is if you adopt this, any scheme or any program or any life practice which lead to less emission of carbon dioxide or less consumption of fossil fuel or less consumption of hydrocarbon, you will get green credits. And these green credits will be traded on stock exchanges or commodity exchanges. And you will be happy to note that, like Mr. Ranjit said, ESG is not a local phenomena, it is a global phenomena, So if you consume anything locally, you get the green credit and then you can sell it in the exchanges. So I think it's a complete alignment. And I'm very happy to share that SEBI has also, in the recent suggestions of BRSR core amendments, have brought green credit program, how companies are adopting green credit program. One example is many companies do the plantation. Now plantation, if you see, the major cost is coming from the land, not for the plant. So mining companies like Coal India or Hindalco or other companies which have got huge tracts of land available after doing the mining, they are giving it for plantation purposes. So you eliminate the cost of land from the plant, and for every plant you get green credits. So very smartly, I think government is encouraging people to change their habits and live for life for environment, and they're supporting it through the funding, through innovation, through products, through green credits, by regulations now. So I think this is a complete integrated concept, and we can sit together and talk about more about that.
Yes, sir. Government is encouraging here. I want to mention one very important example, that first time our Prime Minister came on the platform, even including the government system, and they are promoting the people to eat millets instead of gehu and chawal. So it is a big example. When I did one research on the same, so I found that कि मिलेट को पैदा करने में पानी बहुत कम लगता है, बाजरा और जौ को पैदा करने में पानी बहुत लगता है. सो यू आर सेविंग लॉट ऑफ फ्रेश वाटर, विच जो कि जब हम धान की फसल लेते हैं तो उसमें बहुत ज़्यादा पानी लगता है. तो इट इज़ वन मोर एग्जाम्पल वेयर गवर्नमेंट इज प्रोमोटिंग environment. So finally I request my colleague Venkat ji to give concluding remarks, and
I just want to take 1 or 1.5 minutes more, Suresh. Can I? Since all of us are company secretary here, so one question I was expecting from you, from where I should start for ESG, and what contribution I can do to the ecosystem. So I just wanted to speak on this on 1 minute maximum. As a company secretary, whenever you are going to start, you must go through some literature, some document. And first document to start with is you read National Guidelines for Responsible Business Conduct. Once you understood the 9 principles, then you will be able to align your goals and targets with your company, number 1. Number 2, BRSR core. Second document you should pick is the BRSR core. Third document, guidelines given by the SEBI in regard to that. Fourth document, FAQ given by the exchanges. Frequently asked question on ESG by the exchanges, both the exchanges has released. Fifth one, if you want to read, is standards. There are 4 or 5 international standard agencies who have given that how the standard should be followed in the implementation of the program and say monitoring the targets. Sixth one is your own policy of the company. जो आपका एग्जिस्टिंग पॉलिसी कंपनी के अंदर चला रहा है, जो कि सोसाइटी और सोशल कॉज के लिए है और एनवायरनमेंट के लिए है और गवर्नेंस के लिए है. And in fact, in my PPT, I have aligned those policies, at least 30 policies framed by the listed company, all can be aligned with the 17 goals. So that alignment of the policy with the various goal or BRSR core is also one of the exercise you can do. आपकी existing policies को amend कीजिए, आपके existing policies में वो चीजें डालने की कोशिश कीजिए जो principle के अंदर और BRSR core के अंदर है. ये डालना है. उसके बाद जो स्टेप्स हैं, मेरे हिसाब से 8 अपॉर्चुनिटी बनती है ESG में प्रोफेशनल्स के लिए. नंबर 1, ESG स्ट्रेटजी एंड इंटीग्रेशन एंड एडॉप्शन. नंबर 2, डाटा एंड मैट्रिक्स मैनेजमेंट. थर्ड, ESG रेटिंग एडवाइजरी. फोर्थ, ESG इन्वेस्टमेंट एडवाइजरी. फिफ्थ, रेगुलेटरी एंड कंप्लायंस रिलेटेड टू ESG. सिक्स्थ, ESG सप्लाई चेन मैनेजमेंट. सेवेंथ, ड्राफ्टिंग ऑफ ESG रिपोर्ट, BRSR रिपोर्ट. Eighth, ESG assessment or assurances, whatever it is going to be mandated later on by the exchanges or government of India. So this is what I wanted to highlight for the professionals, that you as a company secretary can start, and being the nodal person, you can play a major role in the whole ecosystem of ESG. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable information on the ESG, how a professional should evolve as the ESG consultant. And on this occasion, friends, I would like to mention that Ranjit Pandey sir is chairman of ESG Sustainability Board. Under his leadership, the ESG conclave was conducted throughout India in ICSI. And the ICSI initiatives on ESG is, there is a ESG corner which has come in May 2024, Chartered Secretary. There was certification courses introduced by ICSI. Weekly ESG mailer series is coming up, and ICSI is under the process of developing ICSI stewardship code with reporting formats. And there is a guidance note on ESG reporting which is under process, which will be launched soon. And we have also taken an initiative that, in the stakeholders consultative meet, we had met at International Sustainability and Standards Board. Sir.
In fact, I must say, Venkat Ramanna and Mr. Dr. Ahuja both are part of this ESG board, and Venkat Ramanna ji is working on the guidance note. Very soon guidance note will definitely come, and guidance note on stewardship principle is also going to come very soon, and President has already announced that it will be released in Abu Dhabi in the sustainability conference.
Thank you very much, sir. At the end, friends, I would like to state that in the DNA of Indians itself, the ESG is there. Why I am saying? Because we always given the importance for Panchamahabhutas, that is the great 5 elements of creates of web of life that is shown forth in structure and interconnectedness of the cosmos and human body. With this brief note, friends, we can conclude this session. Thank you very much. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for enlightening us and briefing us on the SGA reporting. Well, the achievement of the discussion lies in the richness that it adds to your existing knowledge base. This session and discussion is just like that.
Now I would request CS Suresh Pandey to present a memento to CS Ranjit Pandey ji.
A big round of applause, please.
Now I request CS Venkataramana R sir to present a memento to Dr. Harish Ahuja. Now I do request CS Suresh Pandey to present a memento to CS S. Radhakrishnan.
A huge round of applause.
May I now request CS Venkataramana R to kindly propose the vote of thanks. Okay. Kindly settle down. We are about to begin our second technical session. Please be seated. Break nahi. There is no break. Okay. Okay.
Meet Susan, the company secretary. She's the unsung hero behind the scenes, keeping everything running smoothly. But when it comes to board meetings, well, they're her kryptonite.
But wait, here comes a board pack, Susan's secret weapon for boardroom bliss. It's like having a personal assistant, minus the coffee runs.
Susan effortlessly creates meetings in under a minute. No more wrestling with spreadsheets or endless email chains. And those automatic reminders, they keep everyone on track. No more missed meetings.
Say goodbye to travel hassles. BoardPack seamlessly integrates with video conferencing platforms. Board members join from anywhere, and guess what? They have instant access to all those crucial board documents during the call.
Stuck on jargon. Tap QE, your AI chatbot in BoardPack. It finds answers instantly. BoardPack's AI generator captures decisions, drafts summaries, work.
Ladies and gentlemen,
need to send documents for review.
Request you to kindly settle down, please. We are about to begin our second technical session for the conference on the topic Thought Leadership, Changing Board Dynamics. I request our panelists, CS Parvathisam Kanchinadam, Company Secretary and Chief Legal Officer, Tata Steel Limited, Dr. Ashok Kumar Mishra, Government nominee on the Council of ICSI and ex-technical member NCLAT, and our session moderators CS Rajesh C. Tarpara and CS NPS Chawla, Council member ICSI, to please be on the dais.
Please welcome them with a huge round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them with a huge round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, we once again request you to kindly give a huge round of applause and welcome them, please.
Now I request CS Rajesh C. Tarpara to present the planter to CS Parvathisam Kanchinadam. Now I request CS NPS Chawla to present the planter to Dr. Ashok Kumar Mishra.
Round of applause, please.
Now I request CS Rajesh C. Tarpara to give the opening remarks on the theme.
Hello. Good afternoon, friends. And I am sure that all are very eager to listen to our next session, next technical session. And before starting the session, is it clear to audible? Clear. I would like to declare that one of the panelists, CS Manoj Bantia, could not join us because of some existence in his family. So today we have with us CS Ashok Mishra ji, Council member, Government nominee of ICSI, and another eminent speaker, that is Parvathisam from Tata Steel. I welcome you all, all on this panelist program, and along with this my co-moderator, that is NPS Chawla. So give huge round of applause to all the dignitaries on the dais. Friends, the topic today is thought leadership, changing dynamics of the board. Thought leadership is a position where an individual or an organization get a high regards or high position because of their knowledge, because of their expertise in a particular field. And it involves very insightful knowledge that is being transformed from him to the others in the boardroom. That is how the board dynamics get changed and get benefit out of them. Friends, in India, there is two type of or mixed culture prevailing in the boardroom rather. One is highly professionally and good governed company in which really the board meeting are happening, really the discussion taking place. Apart from the stipulated and statutory agenda, there is a good and quality discussion in between the boardroom. In the same way, another culture is also prevailing in India. There's a small company, mid-cap company, where the board meeting happen only because of statutory requirement. So in this inconsistent situation, conflicting situation, how a thought leadership can be developed and how a thoughtful leaders will help the boards to transform or transit that good governed company's knowledge to the small governed company, where really the need of the thoughtful insight net is needed to develop the sustainable growth in the company. And yes, the directors cannot go to another company, from one company to another. But we, being the professionals and being an independent director, can move in a multiple boards, and where we can transmit, where we can migrate the knowledge purchased and gained and experienced with other company to other boards. So in that way, we can change the in really the sustainable growth. And today's the topic is how a company secretary can benefit in thought leadership and changing the dynamics. I think the panelists over here will be more knowledgeable than all others seated here is based on their experience. I am just opening the floor for him, and I request co-panelist, co-moderator to introduce them by one.
Thank you, Rajesh Bhai. Big round of applause for Rajesh Bhai for introducing the theme in a manner in which we'll be able to take it forward. At the outset, thanks to our two panelists who have loads of experience in this theme, on which this in this second technical session has been planned. And in fact, when I was given this opportunity, I asked Bhanu Madam, whose idea was this, to have a panel discussion on this? And she said, who other than our young and dynamic President, Narasimhan sir. And this theme and this topic is very close to his heart, next to his wife, I'm sure. But that's how he coined this theme, and we are here. And who better than one person from corporate, another from ex-corporate and now an academician, and before that a judge, Mr. Mishra, can throw light on this theme. So friends, we have two panelists. We had three. Unfortunately, Mr. Banthia is not able to join because of some personal exigency. The first panelist we have here is Mr. C.S. Parvathisam Kanchinadham, who is the Company Secretary and Chief Legal Officer of Corporate and Compliance of Tata Steel Limited. The way when I read about sir, and he is known as PK. You have heard PK movie, but he has nothing to do with that. Maybe the movie was named after his name, because he is much senior than that movie. And then I realized that not only in this profile which was handed over to me, but everybody calls him PK. So I met 5 people from Bombay, call him, hey PK, where are you? Where have you been? Because he's been traveling to US a lot. And then I realized that this PK would mean power and knowledge. And that's how he is being defined. And in fact, knowledge, whenever I meet people like PK sir, and in fact I got to know about him today only, and his concept of continuing learning. So after every 5 years, he'll go back to university. That's what we should inspire ourselves from him. If nothing else, that's the only takeaway we must take from him, that he is still a student. As on date, he is still a student. And he has more than 25 years of experience, 10 years with Tata, now being the company secretary and legal head. And before that, 13, 14 years with Infosys. And every while, after every 4 years, PK sir would go back to university to do something. He did MBA. Then he went to do his master's in law from Stanford. Presently, he is pursuing a PhD, again from Michigan University. And that's what inspires us. And I feel whenever I meet people like you, PK sir, I feel knowledge bar lagatar. Knowledge cannot end. And that's what we should continue to aspire ourselves and continue to enhance our skills by learning, by going back to college. And that's what you have done all this while. You're obviously handling the entire compliance department of Tata Steel and entire Tata Group, the compliance function, antitrust, corporate action, so on and so forth. If I start reading sir's profile, it will take me 10 minutes. That's the brief I can share. And the second panelist we have today is our own council member, government nominee, Dr. Ashok Kumar Mishra. He has experience of many of us sitting here our age. I'm sure his experience surpasses our age and many of us. Sir has been an academician, then a corporate person, worked in PSU and HAL, Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, and thereafter joined judiciary. And that's how my interaction with your lordship came into being when I started appearing before Dr. Mishra when sir was the NCLT judicial member at Bangalore. And thereafter my lord was elevated to becoming a member in NCLAT, Appellate Tribunal. And there also Dr. Mishra has written number of judgments. One can write a full book of judgments and the jurisprudence which my lord has created there. But now these days we call him sir. And the comfort which we get from Dr. Mishra is we cannot express that in words. He is a friend, philosopher, guide to the entire Central Council. He is government nominee to the Institute of Company Secretaries. Whenever we request him, Dr. Mishra is always available for any of the discussions which we want to have. Wherever we want a guidance from Dr. Mishra, he has more than 40 years of experience as a professional at different levels of central and state government entities. Sir retired in 2023 as a technical member from Appellate Tribunal, authored books also. Again, his profile is also very long, so I prefer not to read Dr. Mishra's profile. Rather, you will get to know more of them when I ask some questions and then they'll interact with you. Dr. Mishra has already asked me, NPS, तूने ज़्यादा question नहीं पूछने, तू बहुत पूछता है. That's what I started my conversation with, PK sir. When sir retired as a judge and he joined as a counsel, I said, sir, now I have an opportunity to ask you questions. Because all this while for the last 5-7 years, so big round of applause for both our panelists, Dr. Mishra also. And that's what I said, sir, you have been asking questions. Mr. Chawla, you are counsel for this matter, you answer this. No, first you answer this. That's what the judges are known for, but he is very humble and very down to earth and always available. So let's start the interaction with our panelists. I'll ask the first question to PK sir. And from there we'll dwell. In fact, before I ask questions, I think it's better that I ask both of our panelists to give their view on this theme, thought leadership, changing board dynamics. Sir, if you can, PK sir, share your views wherever. And there, big round of applause for PK sir for especially coming. We are fortunate that he is here these days from US. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Chawla, for that very kind introduction. Mr. Mishra, very pleased to share the dais with you. Rajesh, very pleased to be on a panel with you too. And thanks to the Institute of Company Secretaries of India for having me here for this national conference. The topic that we are here to discuss is certainly very contemporary, very important, and of course very apt given the changes that are happening globally, and of course the changes that are happening in India. And I think the profession of company secretaries and we as secretaries to the board and we as key management personnel of the corporation will certainly play a very important role in making sure that the topic that we're discussing today and the topic that you will discuss tomorrow turns into reality. So we have this responsibility to make sure that this topic becomes reality. While it's a responsibility, it's also an opportunity for us, because every challenge brings an opportunity. Every responsibility brings an opportunity. Every responsibility brings power. And I think we are actually in a reflection point where the profession of company secretaries has evolved. If I look at this profession from the time I joined Infosys 20 years back, and when I stand here today in 2024, the kind of change that this profession has undergone is enormous. From being an administrative position, it's now become one of the most strategic position, not just for the board members, but for the management, for investors, for regulators, for policymakers, for judiciary, and of course, for the Legislative Assembly and the Parliament of India. So I think this profession has certainly become very, very important, but I don't know whether we as individuals have realized that and are preparing for that challenge, opportunity, and power. That I leave it to the audience to reflect whether we are doing what we are supposed to do. I don't want to answer that here. Maybe I'll take it up when we have a question and answer. Now, the topic that's been given here for my comments is thought leadership, changing board dynamics. Of course, as a company secretary, you are the focal point for the board of directors. The board of directors is one of the key governance mechanisms. The board is there to oversee the performance of the management. The board is there to oversee the interest of investors who provide financial capital to the corporates. And that's how corporates run. Without capital, nothing ever can be achieved. Now, the theme that's been coined, and very aptly, is changing board dynamics, which means it's not static, it's changing, it's evolving. And why is it changing? Why is the board dynamics changing? And if board dynamics changes, how will it change your role and my role? Obviously, when board dynamics change, it does change our role. We cannot be static either. Now, why is the board dynamics changing? To me, there are fundamentally three reasons why board dynamics has changed. In fact, board dynamics has changed. Whether you and I have changed, we can discuss. But board dynamics has changed. As of 19th July 2024, the board dynamics has changed. Now, reason number one, the purpose of corporation has changed. Like each of us have a purpose for our own lives, there is a purpose for the corporation. For almost a century, we were under the impression that the purpose of corporation is to maximize value for shareholders. Now that purpose has changed. Now today, we are actually speaking of companies being there. Companies exist not just to create value for shareholders, but actually create sustainable value for stakeholders. So that's the change that's coming. So clearly, the purpose of the corporation has changed. If the purpose of the corporation changes, obviously the dynamics of the board ought to change, and so it's changed. Second reason, the disclosure regime and the transparency regime has changed. We used to disclose a balance sheet, a profit and loss account, a cash flow statement. People used to think quarterly numbers are very important. So, from just disclosing a balance sheet, a P&L, and a cash flow, and on a quarterly basis, which is short-term focus, you now are talking about long-term focus. So the disclosures and your reporting has undergone a sea change. Today, if you look at any annual report of a good corporation, you just not have one balance sheet, P&L, and cash flow, but almost 50% of the report is of ESG metrics, which is all futuristic. Your balance sheet, P&L, cash flow is actually historical data. The moment you come up with results, the market has already adjusted. There is nothing more investors need to know through your annual report. But today your annual report actually, 50% of your annual report is actually ESG metrics, which is far more going into the future as to how you are impacting and mitigating risks to environment, social and governance matrices. So when the disclosure regime has changed, the dynamics of the board ought to change, and it has changed. And of course the last but most important concept, we all were talking about shareholder primacy concept of governance, and from there we moved to stakeholder primacy of governance. Obviously, if you look at section 166 of the Companies Act, and India is the only country in the world which actually has codified that directors owe a duty to stakeholders. There is no other country which has this law as of today. It is only India which has actually made 166 so broad that directors ought to owe a duty not just to shareholders, but to customers, but to employees, suppliers, environment, and the government. You never had something like 166 in the 1956 Act at all. First of all, the directors' duties were never codified. It was a common law principle. We all understood through the common law as to what directors need to do. But now you have a clear codified law in the 2013 Act, and the 2013 Act has clearly articulated that directors owe a duty to stakeholders and not just the shareholders. So friends, I don't want to go on and on. I think it's suffice to say that board dynamics has changed because the purpose of corporation has changed, our disclosure regime has changed, and of course we've changed our governance model going from shareholder primacy to stakeholder primacy. The rest, I'll take it during the question and answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you, PK sir, for setting the tone in the best possible manner. Change which is inevitable, change from shareholders focus to stakeholders focus. Dr. Mishra, if we can have initial remarks from you, that will be great. Big round of applause for Dr. Mishra, please.
Good afternoon to all of you. Namaskar, namaskara. And we are in Bengal, so Dada logon ko hamara shubhkamna, all the best wishes. Now what I can feel, you see 300 are supposed to be the strength here. Maybe after inauguration it has become 100 or approximately like that. And 1700 I am told is still online in the previous that inauguration session. So when 2000 professionals are here, then it is better that if I tell something wrong, no problem, kindly question so that my friend or my most knowledgeable friend, Mr. Chawla, Mr. Rajesh and Mr. PK can clarify you. I can start in a different way. Concept remaining, you all have been told about ESG reporting. I should not go and repeat the same thing. I should also not go and tell how company secretary one should get involved, how it is attracting, how they should report. I will not tell you on that, discuss on that. Our colleague Mr. Chawla has already explained you some of the concept of handling, that I will also not take up. But I will take up something since I have the privilege of working in two state government organizations as head of finance, and in one state government also, that was a consultancy organization, a wing of the government, how that organization, in that how the company secretary has to handle or how, what they are handling or how they should handle. apart from the HAL where I was Director Finance and CFO, that experience I will share. Concurrently, I will also touch 2-3 minutes on our higher judiciary role, how you should be active in that. Now you see, changing board dynamics is very clear. Nowadays, what Mr. PK has told, balance sheet, profit and loss account, all these audit reports are not a very hi-fi thing. It does not give much to the market because already sources of data are so much. I was telling to the friends of chartered accountants, future of audit is very bleak. Time will come when IT with little knowledge of audit can take over your business. So prepare for that. So what Mr. PK has told, that is the one point you all should carry. Now business dynamics, all these things they have told, ESG is there already in the previous section, AI/ML, artificial intelligence, machine language, CSR, cyber security, sustainability, risk management, as much as you can think of, all these concepts have come. As a company secretary, now I will tell you a journey. When I joined one of the state government organization in UP, that is called UP Development System Corporation, you will be astonished to know generally the chief secretary of the state used to be my chairman. I was at that time 383 was there, na? Paid up capital less than this, then even a chartered accountant or a law graduate can be the company secretary. So that was my additional charge. Basically, I was heading the management consultancy wing of that organization and as well as the chief of finance of that organization and also as company secretary. The board of that organization was comprising all of bureaucrats. One professionals from planning board of the state. Chief secretary was supposed to be the chairman of the board and board members were of the rank of secretary of the state government. And at that time my board was having member, all those who became the cabinet secretary of India and the prime minister principal secretary like Mr. Nirpendra Misra and others. Even the current cabinet secretary also. Now what I can, he is from Bihar, in the Bihar organization also I have served. So what I can tell you, when you as a company secretary are there in an organization where the bureaucrats are there, how you should handle. Concepts you will know, how you should handle so that you are making your, because this is basically for professionals in employment, CS professionals in employment. So I am telling you how you should manage the atmosphere. They are bureaucrats. If you work with him, they are the persons who even in interview, I remember in one of my very high grade interview, one bureaucrat, my interview was slightly getting twisted because some member were interested perhaps in some other candidate. Then one of the senior bureaucrat, they are telling, Misra has worked with me and Mr. your brother who was senior, earlier petroleum secretary, your brother has also, Misra has worked with your brother also. You ask him, what silly type of questions we people are asking him? Can anybody will have the guts in the technical side to tell in the board? But the bureaucrat will tell you if you have worked, if you have performed. So when you work with them in that organization, then you should be very pakka and thorough in certain atmosphere. Be true. Don't, even if you commit a mistake, even in your calculation you have committed a mistake, accept the mistake. This is the mistake I have done. In that process they will hold your hand. They will not create you any problem, any adverse remark. But like when I was in consultancy organization, they were asking only 3-4 things. First thing, how many schemes of the government we have reviewed, how many schemes are left over, what are the problems we are facing. And the same thing, when technical members used to go there, sir मुझे data नहीं मिल रहा है, फलाना department से data नहीं मिल रहा है, फलाने department से, they used to tell Misra, you coordinate with them and you meet that Secretary Sugar Corporation was creating more problem. You meet Secretary Sugar and tell him, it is the government direction. Any problem you tell my office. Now why I am telling you, because they are interested in doing a particular performance. They will measure your performance like that. Same thing when I came to HAL. HAL, the company secretary, I have seen 3 types of company secretary. One company secretary only was presenting the board agenda. Serial number 5, serial number 6, all the paper will be distributed to the directors and he will be recording the minutes only. But one of the company secretary was very intelligent. He used, even when I was a board member, he used to assist me. Sir, ये problem आ रहा है, ये थोड़ा टेक्निक फलाने डायरेक्टर से, फलाने CEO को, we should ask this question, not we should answer this question. So you have to develop, you please develop a different strategy when you are working with a technologist. And when you will do that, they will also help. HL was an organization, I still remember in my period I have seen 2 types of CEO or what you say, chairman come MD. One CMD was not interested that the services, means Air Force, Army, Navy, iske officer, they should not be the board member because they used to take their review of their production in the board meeting, which was putting chairman in a odd box. So he was not interested in keeping them as board member. So he was making his own tie-up with somebody so that board members should be only these bureaucrats, technicals, and we can manage. Whereas I was having an opposition for that because when they are the services people are with you, they are providing you with orders. You will never starve of orders. You will never starve of money. If they are asking a question, if you are non-performers, naturally they will ask you why production is not happening, all facilities are there. So you have to suggest to the management. Bringing a concept is one thing. Company secretary is not a chota mota position. Don't feel you are in a small company, you will be in that company. Try to go for a bigger and bigger company. CPK Saab is company secretary of TISCO. So you learn from him privately, personally, what tactics he has done so that he has grown up to that position in a cadre. I have seen also company secretary retiring from the same, sometime from the small company. I feel hurt for you. Now I am particularly feeling hurt when I am your council member. Thirdly, let me tell you, when you have got so many openings, you will never retire in life, I can tell you. First thing, only thing is there that we should have vast knowledge. Suppose if you have come here for some learning. Instead of learning, we are doing only networking outside, not going to help you. It is always the merit that will pay you. So I have told you 2 things. When you are managing a state government as a state government organization, as company secretary, you should be more truthful than any other thing. Secondly, must tell frankly what is the problem in that case. Even if the concerned person is not telling, it is your job to tell. When you come to the defense organization, you should get yourself prepared with defense procurement procedures, defense policies, defense secret manuals, how you handle. You remember in my period, HAL could not go for disinvestment because there were so many secret contracts. I told your share value will go in thousands time because outside market will be interested in knowing the secret of this company. Are we going to disclose all these things? Even Chidambaram Sahab was the finance minister. People feared to present before him. I have presented him, I have presented to Jetli Sahab also. But okay, now the market is flaring up. I will not speak on that. That is a different issue. So there are certain things you have to tell the truth, not with fear, but with all these things. And let me tell you, life of organization, what it was in 1919, as per some research work, was 100 years. In some study conducted in 2010 or 20, life of the organization has come down to 10 years, average life of the organization. So we have to work, we have to survive in this environment, and all these terminologies, whatever are coming into, it is only you have to read, you have to interpret, don't go by hearsay. Even if your learning is here, you always see the book. Judiciary taught me that to read the book, read the section, then interpret that, not what petitioner council or respondent council is telling. Although Chawla Sahib has praised me, that is his greatness, and I am thankful to the president and the institute, particularly to Mr. Kejriwal, who has given me this opportunity to speak before you more things during question answer session. Thank you, Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing your entire perspective of particularly of PSU entity and your experience there.
Thank you, Chawla ji. After a power pack speech from Ashok sir, now coming to the question answer mode of this session. Straightforward, I will ask PK sir, person from most reputed organization of the country, rather in the world it is famous as a Tata Group, right? And sir, what are the good example of the companies that are successfully using the thought leadership to promote the sustainable growth and development and to generate the wealth in a long run? So can you give few examples?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I think you got many examples globally that have been very sustainable. There are different benchmarks to really kind of look at how a company is sustainable. For example, time frame is one. For example, if you take many companies in the Tata Group, Tata Steel was set up in 1907 and we are sitting in 2024. Likewise, Tata Power, Indian Hotels. So there have been many companies both in India and abroad who've gone on to live and be strong over a century. And you cannot actually have an enterprise being alive over a period of 100 years if you don't adopt sustainable practices. If your goal is only to maximize profit, you may not actually be there for 30, 40, 50 years. If an enterprise has been in existence for over a century, that means that company would have gone through various business cycles. That company would have gone through various economic cycles and would have seen both good and bad cycles. So, obviously, companies which have really existed for a long time, you can clearly see that these are sustainable, and actually you can do research and find that they in fact have what we are talking of practices today, whether it's succession planning, risk management, ESG parameters, etc. They might not have coined it as risk management, succession planning, executive compensation, or environmental performance, social parameters, governance parameters. They might not have called it with this terminology, but if you see some of these companies, they would have incorporated all of these things in their past practices, and that's how they've been there for over a century. Thank you.
Thank you, PK sir. Dr. Mishra, although you have touched this briefly, but I think if you can elaborate, and you are dealing with, although we'll later ask PK sir also about the question maybe at the end if time permits, about the role of company secretary. And Dr. Mishra, you have been dealing with company secretaries before you joined the council as well. So as you were working with HAL, and you would have seen the different phases of company secretaries, the role which they play, particularly in relation to the board effectiveness and the changing role, so and so forth. So what is your view on this, Dr. Mishra, please?
You see, hello? To hear? Now what I can tell you, as a company secretary, you don't feel your role is limited to these regulatory part, only compliances. As I was mentioning in some way, a company secretary as an individual, how he helped. Now I can tell you, we don't have order book position at one time in HAL more than 14,000-15,000 crore. Today it has gone to 2,50,000 crore. I can tell there were company secretaries, they were telling us at that moment कि सर अपना फलाना प्रोडक्ट जो ये डेवलप हुआ है, this CEO is not pointing out that product. We can get the order from Indian Air Force. I can give one example. Now it is a listed company, so no problem, we can give all data. Now HTT, a trainer aircraft, a version, earlier we were having a small piston engine trainer aircraft. Now this is slightly higher grade for a learning purpose when you have to operate fighter aircraft like LCA, Su-30, maybe 5th generation fighter aircraft, you will need a different training level for our Air Force pilots. So he told, sir, we are developing this. Now we have reached to this stage. ये 20% जो gap है ये तो हम लोग पूरा कर लेंगे. I don't want to name that company secretary. It will not be good. So what he suggested कि सर ये लोग बोलेगा नहीं. When I was DF, sir ये बात आप बोल सकते हैं. And you know, customer at that time were very tired of because they were not implementing their orders. So we pushed that, we cropped up that issue. This is the trainee HTT aircraft. Now you see, same aircraft HAL is getting order. Who, if you ask me, I will give, I can't tell 100% credit to him, but at least I can say 40% was his credit, which helped the company in getting orders for those trainer aircraft. Similarly, LCH program, because you know, technical people only explain in the board the technical product. Your mind is working in the, you are seeing all the board paper, not only manufacturing program, design program, production program, planning program, policy making. You are a part in all the board because board has several committees also. So what I am suggesting you, you can increase the life of the organization. I can't directly cite that example for my colleague Mr. PK, what he has mentioned about Tata Group, few companies, but I can tell you company secretary has a great role, and that type of company secretary never retires, because even the same organization in some joint venture company, some way or the other, they will allow him to continue till he is physically fit. So even if you remain in that, you will be an effective man. Only thing, we have to change our thinking. I can give you, take for another example. Sometimes what happens, suddenly, say some complications come. When we are filing a particular form, you will feel some difficulty that you are not in a position to file. Let me openly tell you in this open house, last year I was unable to fill up the capital gain because myself got capital gain from some mutual fund, 10-20,000 rupees, and I can't fill up that form. Then I asked Principal Chief Commissioner of that estate, because at that time my position was also like that. I asked what type of form you have given in computer, we can't download. That matter went up to the member who is the assessment head at that time. She was lady. Lady will never leave you like that. जेंट्स रहता तो बोल देता अरे कमिश्नर साहब इनको डिप्टी कमिश्नर दे दीजिए, इनका सब फॉर्म भर देगा, या वैसे ही मेरा रिफंड आ जाता, नथिंग टू वरी. नाउ बीइंग ए लेडी, व्हेन शी टोल्ड मी मिश्रा जी आप ऑपरेट करिए, कहाँ डिफिकल्टी है. व्हेन आई ऑपरेटेड आई शोन हर, मैम 10% is for equity shares, 20% tax rate is for debt funds. Now this is showing 20% for everything, how it can be. Then she has corrected, this time it has come proper. Why I am telling you all these things, you have to openly speak. Don't fear from anybody. Even if you commit a mistake, if mistake is genuine, law has the provision for certain waiver. If nobody is providing you and you are in difficulty, come to me with free of cost, I will help you. Okay? Thank you.
Yeah, so the question is on role of company secretary in board effectiveness. I think we have a lot to do if the board needs to be effective. I agree with what Mr. Mishra ji said. We don't need to be afraid because we are just doing our job there. We need to be polite, but at the same time we need to be firm. there is a difference between being polite and being firm. We are like a mirror. We are just like a mirror. We just show, I mean, if you go and stand in front of the mirror, I mean, you look your own image, right? So we are just showing mirror to the board and the management. It's up to them as to how they want to be perceived, both by internal stakeholders and external stakeholders. So as company secretaries, we can do certain things to make sure that the board is very effective. While board has many roles, there is one part of governance which is the process. In fact, the whole of corporate governance is process, because nobody holds up a board. For example, we have a technical member who is served in NCLT and NCLAT. Now, if there is a matter before him saying this particular board of directors took a decision in 2020 and that decision has turned out to be wrong, so there is a lawsuit on negligence. Now, he's not going to decide as to why that decision is wrong. All that he will do, or the panel or the bench will see, is did the board follow a process to come to a decision? If the board has followed a proper process to come to a decision, the decision is taken in good faith for the benefit of the company without there being conflict in the boardroom. Hence, the court will say, I will not supplement my wisdom to the wisdom of the board of directors. It's a business judgment. We will not step in. So is his judgment. If he is sitting in NCLT, NCLAT can overrule his judgment. Then you cannot sue him. He has followed a process. He's looked at your papers. He's heard both counsels. He's applied his mind. And he's then written a judgment. Now that's overruled by the superior court. NCLAT judgments are probably overturned by the Supreme Court. You cannot sue them. Likewise, as long as you can demonstrate or at least help the board to make sure that they apply their mind, they discharge the fiduciary duty of care, there are no conflicts within the boardroom when a matter is discussed, thereby they discharge their fiduciary duty of loyalty, they arrive at a decision, that's protected, irrespective of what the outcome of that decision is. So the entire process, dear friends, is actually owned by the company secretary. And where do you demonstrate this? The way you capture your minutes. Your minutes will say, these were the 3 matters that came before the board. I have allocated 6 hours. For example, if you are considering an acquisition of $1 billion, and if you are given 20 minutes, if the court looks at it, your minutes, the court may ask, how did this board decide on $1 billion acquisition in 20 minutes? On the face of it, looks a bit difficult. So we can add a lot of value in the way we convene a board meeting, the way papers are put up to the board, the way we bring internal and external stakeholders to help the board to discuss a particular matter, the way the board discusses the matter without conflicts, and finally, the way we draft the minutes. In fact, I meet many directors who are extremely unhappy the way we draft the minutes. I don't know whether we are aware. We should be aware. It's better to be self-critical than somebody else criticizing us. The board minutes needs to reflect certain principles. The first principle is that the board meeting was convened duly. We have followed all the procedures and the law in convening the board meeting. Second, there was quorum in the boardroom. Third, the agenda was circulated with background material well in advance. Fourth, the directors knew what they were discussing. Fifth, the directors had adequate time. Sixth, the directors had ample opportunity to ask questions to the management or to the external or internal stakeholders. Sixth, the board did discuss the matter. Seventh, the board finally decided the agenda item based on discussions, based on papers submitted, and hence it's protected because they've discharged their fiduciary duty of care and loyalty. So we have a lot of responsibility and we can actually assist the boards to become better and better, but only if we can reflect on what we can do and implement. If we think we are like postmen, okay, papers has come from some other department, I just push it out to the board. That's it. Then you are if you are thinking, we are a product of our own mind. If we think we are like a postman, we are like a postman. If we think we are like a CEO, we are like a CEO. If we think we are like President of India, we are like President of India. So it's all in your mind. So my advice to the company secretaries is, you are in a very critical position. You assist the board and the management to come to a right decision, thereby helping the company to be sustainable. Please take that seriously. Reflect. Don't be in a hurry. Reflect of how you are performing your duty, and then execute. And if directors do ask, please articulate the way it needs to be articulated. They understand how we bring value. Thank you.
This deserves a big round of applause. Certainly.
Yes.
What a way to answer a question. Both the panelists have done extraordinarily well, and PK sir, the perspective which you gave, honestly, was, in fact, there is a cheat sheet, I think, which you have of my notes. Just kidding. While I was in the aircraft today in the morning from Delhi to Kolkata, and President gave me this responsibility yesterday evening, and he said, NPS, you will have to give your concluding remarks. So I was thinking what I can add value as a corporates in courts, in High Court, in NCLT, and I realized that there is certainly a change. And I was reading Economic Times today, I will not name the entity. The board meeting, the committee meeting itself is the basis of dispute between the directors. The shareholder activism is gone now. It's past. It's a thing of a past. These days, the directors' activism is there. There are so many disputes arising within the boardroom itself. And there the role of a company secretary. I receive so many briefs, so many matters. The young company secretary comes, sir, there's a petition filed against me. There's a petition filed by one brother against another brother. Both are directors, both are promoters. I have not sided with one side, but still there are allegations against me. What should I do? And obviously we guide them and then we handle the matter. But invariably in every matter, a company secretary, CFOs would be made parties. And I ask myself, what is the solution for this? Whatever PK sir, have to speak for itself. The papers have to be self-explanatory. I remember one of the matters in a class action suit. India has seen very few of the class action suits. Fortunately, we are handling one. And in that class action, the entire matter, we are able to sway that in our favor only on the basis of the great work done by the company secretary. He may be hearing this, sitting virtually. In the discussion paper, in the explanatory statement, in the minutes, the way everything was recorded, the same was filed with the court. Court said, what else is required? They have applied their mind. It's not a decision which is taken in haste. So that's how I think the board activism, the change in the board, the way they take decisions, certainly our role is extraordinary. The things have changed. There is succession disputes which have come up. There is a new generation of board of directors which have come up. Their way of thinking is very different from their predecessors. But we have to deal with both. The chairman may be elder, may have an orthodox different style. And the youngster who is now going to succeed will have an absolutely different aggressive style of working. And we'll have to deal with both within the four corners of law. I think by saying this, we can give a vote of thanks to both the panelists. So you have done extraordinarily well. Big round of applause for both our panelists for specially traveling. And we are sorry that the time is short, else to discuss and interact with you. I'm sure maybe after this we have another open house session and then members can interact and can ask their questions directly to the panelists. I hope they will accommodate us and the members can directly interact with our panelists today. Thanks to my co-panelist Rajesh Bhai. Thanks to President Sir, Banu Madam. Thank you everyone. Thank you Sandeep Bhai.
Thank you, sir.
I think we deserve a round of applause.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us and briefing us on the topic, Thought Leadership Changing Board Dynamics. And this is today what we'll be taking home as a food for thought. Now, I would request CS Manish Gupta, immediate past president, to please come on the dais and present a memento to CS Parvatism Kanchinadan. A huge round of applause, please. Now, I would request CS Manoj Purbe, Council Member, to please come on the dais and present a memento to Dr. Ashok Kumar Mishra. May I now request CS NPS Chawla to give the concluding remarks, please. Thank you.
Members, please be seated. We are going to start our open house session now.
Hello, hello.
Members, now we are going to start our open house session. Now I like to invite
Meet Susan, the company secretary. She's the unsung hero behind the scenes, keeping everything running smoothly. But when it comes to board meetings, well, they're her kryptonite.
But wait, here comes a board pack, Susan's secret weapon for boardroom bliss. It's like having a personal assistant, minus the coffee runs.
Susan effortlessly creates meetings in under a minute. No more wrestling with spreadsheets or endless email chains. And those automatic reminders, they keep everyone on track. No more missed meetings.
Say goodbye to travel hassles. BoardPack seamlessly integrates with video conferencing platforms. Board members join from anywhere, and guess what? They have instant access to all those crucial board documents during the call.
Stuck on jargon? Tap QE, your AI chatbot in BoardPack. It finds answers instantly. BoardPack's AI generator captures decisions, drafts summaries, work made easy.
Need to send documents for review? Susan uploads and sends reminders with ease. And the
now
best
I request
version control.
President Sir P. Narasimhan to his initial remarks.
Good evening. Good evening. I think you have not heard me as yet. Good evening. Thanks, Atan. While they get to organize the chair, I thought I'll commence my initial remarks so that we don't lose much time. And we hardly have about 45 minutes or so, 45 minutes for the session. Unfortunately, I need to tell you this, my Vice President has not been able to make it for the session. I thought he'll be here. For whatever reason, we have some total outage across the country, because of which his flight got delayed, and we're just about to take off in about 5 minutes or 10 minutes from now. And by the time he lands, this session will also be over. He could not make it to the inaugural session as well, and I thought I will have him to address the members today. Well, friends, before my team gets assembled on the dais, let me start my brief chat on what I need to tell you. In fact, in the inaugural session, I made a specific mention that on what I need to share the initiatives of the Institute. I will do it during my interactive session with the team. First thing first, SEBI has been recently identified ICSI as a self-regulatory organization, that is SRO, for doing the social impact assessment by NGOs and NPOs. That is, we have got recognition as a social auditor, to act as social auditor. Those members have to pass the examination conducted by NISM before you get registered as a social auditor. There is a small, if I may say so, SEBI has also directed that it cannot be an individual, you have to have a firm who can act as social auditors. So social auditors cannot, because the work which is assigned to a social auditor in terms of impact assessment, they call it impact assessor. So therefore that would take a lot of time, and therefore an individual may not be able to do, and therefore it should be a firm or a corporate. In fact, the one, this thing which is the leeway they gave is not necessarily be a practicing company secretary. So even in employment, people in employment can pass this examination and act as social auditor, but they should be forming part of a team specifically or a firm specifically for this purpose. Whether your terms of appointment with the company will allow it or not, that's the only question. If they do allow, there should not be a problem. MCA is in the process of amending the rules. I'm sure all of you would know that. And they had given time till 26, and in fact in the first week of February, just 1 minute. Can I ask my team to come over on the stage, please? मनीष, मेरा बाजू में बैठना मनीष। हो जाएगा ना? अरे दो में साथ में रखो, इधर एक बीच में आ जाएगा, दे विल मैनेज। शुक्ला जी नहीं है, अरे वो करके दिया यार, वो फॉर्मेलिटी, शुक्ला छोड़ दो। So this was, there was a request from the ministry that we should suggest the major changes which we want in the rules. And I constituted immediately 9 committees headed by the council member. And each of the council member was authorized to form a group in the respective city. And we were the first institute amongst the 3 professional institutes to share our recommendation on the changes which are warranted in the rules. And that was given on the 26th February 2024, which was the last day for submission of it. So in fact, I take great pride in mentioning this. We were the first institute to do it, as against the other 2 institutes which sought further time of 45 days. So much so, the ministry called us over for giving presentation on the suggested changes which were recommended, and we had had more than 15 days of presentation being made to the officials of the MCA, and it was headed by Mr. Pawan Chandak, Mr. Manish Gupta and Mr. Dhananjay Shukla, my vice president, who went through the process of sharing their recommendation to the ministry, and it was extremely well received. And so on some days the presentation went for nearly 8 hours on a day. So that is the kind of involvement the ministry has, and I'm sure they are in the offing. Some of the changes would be coming through, and the ministry is already keen on getting it done. We have the minister has come in, so then they are sharing the thoughts with the ministers, and therefore sooner or later that will see the light of the day. Simultaneously, thank you. Let me first, before let me introduce my team. On my extreme left, I have Mr. Venkatramana. He is from Hyderabad. ये बोलते हैं ना, मूर्ति छोटा है, कीर्ति बड़ा है इसका। और ये प्रोफेशनल रिसर्च पब्लिकेशन कमिटी का चेयरमैन है, एंड इज ऑल्सो चेयरमैन ऑफ द CCGRT इन द सिटी ऑफ हैदराबाद. Thank you, Venkatramana, for all your contribution. Then to his right, we have our classic, colorful Mr. NPS Chawla. He is heading the chairman of the International Affairs Committee. The only affair I gave him, and he is now taken time off to join us today, and I'm sure he will continue to be with us in the future programs as well. Thank you, NPS, and a lot of things needs to be done under your chairmanship now. Then to his right is Madam Rupanjana Day, and she has certain things. She is very obsessed with the terms, certain usage of certain terms. Didi, Madam, anyway. So she is heading the IT committee. You know, it's a very, very cash-rich committee. Maximum amount of money is spent by that committee, and she has taken charge of it willingly or unwillingly, and she is doing it well. Thank you very much, Madam Rupanjana Day. To her right is our own Praveen Soni from Mumbai. He is heading one of the crucial committees, the Expert Advisory Board. So if you have any queries for which you need some solution, you can send it to the Expert Advisory Board, and he will make sure the suggestion or the recommendation will come from his side. Then to his right, the evergreen, Mr. Manish Gupta, my immediate past president, former president, under whom I was his understudy and learnt a lot on what not to do and what to do. So I can tell you, and he is heading the CLGC, Company Law Governance Committee, and any issues on V3, he is the first person to be contacted. And because he works very closely, as the name suggests, he works very closely with the government, with the ministry officials. My visits to the ministry is maybe on occasions, but he is there very regularly, and he takes care of the interests of all the members on a with a lot of sincerity. To his right is me. I'll go there. I'm doing the talking now. And then to my right, my would-be right would be my secretary of the Institute of Company Secretaries, Mr. Ashish Mohan. He's been now with us for 4 years, well entrenched in the position, and he takes great care of the institute in the administrative role which is required to be performed by him. To his right is your own Sandeep Kejriwal from Kolkata. I give him a big round of applause, man. He's done a great job for today's program, and he's a program director, and incidentally he also handles the chapter development and coordination committee. A lot of changes are coming there thanks to his effort, and he is also the convener for the CCGRT Kolkata. To his right, the evergreen, ever young Rajesh Tarpara. So dynamic young Rajesh Tarpara, he is heading the Financial Services Committee, Capital Markets Committee. It's now renamed as the Financial Services Committee. So he is instrumental in getting the Capital Market Week going, which he did very well. And in fact, the program in Gandhinagar, where IFCA was there, Gift City, was an overwhelming success, considering the fact all the sessions were addressed by their chairman, the executive director, CGM, etc. So he is one who's heading it. To his right is our young dynamic Manoj Purbe from Delhi, and he is heading the placement committee. He does not have much work because everybody gets placed the moment they qualify. Therefore, but still, if you want any change in your profile, then he is the person to be approached, and he will try to place you to the best of his ability in a place which is more comfortable for you. Then we have Mr. Ashish Karodia. Ashish Karodia is again heading the CS Journal, right? So he is heading that, and the last time he did a wonderful job, and I'm sure many a new effort has come to his place, come to notice by you in the CS Journal is thanks to him. Then we have Suresh Pandey, the youngest member in the council. He is less than half my age, Less than half my age. आप ये है ना कुछ छूट गया क्या? नहीं आप height वो बाद में. I always say he is less than half my age and Venkatramana is less than half my height. So listen, but he's a wonderful man. You have already seen him doing the sharing one of the session. Couple of members have not been able to make it. One is Mr. Dwarakanath from Chennur, from Bangalore. He is slightly indisposed. He is not able to come. Mohan Kumar from Chennai. He is also not able to come. And Mr. Pavan Chandak, he is also indisposed. He is having a viral infection. And therefore, I told him to keep away from all of us. Well, this time we have become a full-time member of CSIA, that is Corporate Secretaries International Association. We have a few countries who are members of this. This is majority of them are in the Commonwealth, I suppose, that's what it is. And I've also been made a director in this international institution. We had the third international conference which was held in Singapore, which was a roaring success. We had more than 100 members from Chennai, from India participating in it. SS1 and SS2 have already been notified and suitable changes have been made in the Companies Act based on the current situation, which has been accepted and has been notified as well. ADR, I think I want to touch upon this very specifically. We have already opened the first international ADR center in Noida. The intention is that, you know, the Parliament has passed a bill for arbitration and mediation, and it is also specified that every agreement will have a clause relating to arbitration and mediation. Mandatory, every agreement will have a clause relating to arbitration and mediation. The reason being, they don't want too many cases coming to the court. The courts are already saddled with a lot of cases, and if no fresh case is filed, it's on record. The Supreme Court Chief Justice had mentioned, Honorable Chief Justice mentioned that if no fresh case is filed, it takes 2050 to get all the cases resolved which has been filed till now. Therefore, arbitration mediation has taken the center stage. In fact, you will find in many of the NCLT orders being passed, they would request that why don't you sort it out internally, get to do a mediation and do an arbitration to close out the case. So that is the steps which are taken. So we have an international ADR center opened in Noida, where we have devoted one full floor. It was opened by the Honorable former Chief Justice of the country, Sadasivam. And we also plan to have similar international ADR centers in other cities where we have a large infrastructure. Kolkata is no exception. We have a huge infrastructure in Newtown. I'm sure many of you from Kolkata would have visited the place, and we would also be having one there. But we need to gain traction for this. And I would request, appeal to all the company secretaries seated over here, including those in employment and practice. So whenever you frame an agreement for your client or for your company, make sure you mention a clause for arbitration where the reference should be made to the ICSI International Arbitration Center in Noida. Once we gain traction, then we will be, it is good enough for opening other centers as well. So there is my appeal to you. Please do help us in achieving the objective for which this ADR center has been named. We have also signed an NISM, we have also signed an MOU with NISM, National Institute of Securities Market. You know, the need for doing it, I need to highlight that here. India is the fastest growing economy in the world today. India is the fastest growing economy, and we were the 10th largest economy 10 years back, and now we are the 5th largest economy now. That is, we were to touch 5 trillion, but anyway, the capital market in this country has touched the 5 trillion mark. That is the first time we have done that, and we are going great guns. Most importantly, the government wanted to also touch the 10 trillion mark by 2030, and then the coveted figure of the 30 trillion by 2047. That then when we become the largest economy in the world, alongside that of USA and China. And when we touch the 10 trillion, we will become the 3rd largest economy in the world. And when we touch the 30 trillion, we will become the largest, one of the largest economy and the most developed country. which is a distinct possibility. I would say an absolute possibility. I don't want to say any distinct also, no adjective to it. It's an absolute possibility. And because not to forget that India has been one of the largest economy in the world 500, 600 years back, touching more than 29% or 30% of the world trade was done by India. So then the need for professional is going to go up leaps and bounds. And there's going to be humongous demand for professional, especially that of a company secretary. I can tell you this. You are all in Amrit Kal. We call it the golden period for the profession is now, which is happening in the years to come. And I'm sure all of you will be witness to the humongous growth and the potential a company secretary will be delivering in the years to come. And therefore, we thought fit that we should have good qualified company secretaries, good quality of company secretaries doing with the shortest possible time. So this course, which is done with NISM, visualizes a 2-year period for completing the course itself. So you do a course in the first year, you do your executive, and then do your professional at the end of the second year, subject to your clearing the executive. And incidentally, NISM is also going to provide 2 certificates to the members or the students who are doing this course, both on capital market. So at the end of the first year, you get 1 certificate, you have to write an examination and get it, and in the end of the second year again do it. Because when this kind of a growth is expected in the economy, the one which is going to propel this growth is that of the capital market. And if you talk about the capital market, the only profession which comes to the mind of any individual will be that of a company secretary. And therefore, I expect that there will be huge demand. And this is the reason we have signed up with MOU with NISM. And I'm sure people will be benefited. More importantly, let me also, in the event a person does not complete his course within the 2-year period, he has 2 certificates given by NISM. And automatically he becomes employable in the capital market industry. The demand is going to grow up tremendously. Considering the demand for company secretaries and the huge strides which we have moved into, we have decided to do away with the requirement of 50% pass mark in the graduate examination. Because for 12th pass, they go to the CSET and then go to the executive. But if you're a graduate, to equate him alongside that of a 12th pass student was not proper. Even if he does not get 50%, he can directly take up the executive examination. To that extent, we are doing a lot of career awareness program, and I've been crying hoarse from every platform where I get to address the members that we have already given the charge to the respective chapters and the regions to conduct a lot of career awareness program to have more students on board, because to satiate the demand of the company secretaries, the only way out is to have more members on with us. And in my estimation and that of the regulator, we may require at least about 140,000 company secretaries by the year 2047, and by the year 2030, at least about 1 lakh of company secretaries, as against the current level of around 70,000, which we have currently. We also, in order to encourage more students coming in, we also introduced a monetary incentive scheme called the ICSI Mitra, and there you get an incentive for getting student admitted. All the members are entitled to do it, excepting if you're a regional council member or a chapter management committee, you're not allowed to. Others can do it. Employees of the institute cannot do it. So we request all of you to participate in the getting the more students on board. And I've already told you the advantage the profession is going to have vis-a-vis other profession. And interestingly, just a couple of days back, I read an article where the CFO, apparently of a company, has made a mention towards the end to say the ICS, the company secretary's profession has made huge strides, and sooner or later we may have the CFO reporting to the company secretary in a company. So I'm sure the day is not far off, and I'm sure all of you would be a witness to this humongous growth, and I'm sure everybody will get benefited over there. We have been sending, whenever the concept paper is put up by SEBI or any regulator, immediately we get together, form our opinion and share our thoughts. But yeah, I'm sure all of you would have seen the concept paper put up by SEBI on the 26th of June. There are several changes in the offering which would benefit the profession, and I would want each one of you, unfortunately, we have not received a single observation from any of our members for this concept paper which has been put up by SEBI. And they in fact called us to say, we have not received anything from you because we are awaiting from you. And since we were part of the committee, there was no point in asking me to put whatever I have already stated in the concept paper itself. So I would request you to give, we have short time, they said there's no time, but they will still consider if you are able to get it within a reasonable period of time. I would request the experts, some of you seated over here, Anjanda, please do something about it. Goenka ji, Purohit Saab, Mukesh Chaturvedi, I mean, these are all stalwarts of the profession, sir. You can share your comments and we will take it up, please. ICSI has already entered into an MOU with IFCA, that is International Financial Service Center in Gift City, and we are going to be benefited. You know, in fact, in that small city, we were, myself and Manish, when we were there last year, we got to know there are more than 150 members fruitfully employed within Gift City. That is the kind of demand which it can come about. More than 100. Out of that, 50 members are with a knowledge process outsourcing, where they are working for clients who are abroad. So, and I believe Gift City, many states have shown interest to open up Gift City within their state itself. That means there is going to be more demand coming in, where it's going to be direct listing. You know, if you don't have to get listed in NSE, BSE, but you can have direct listing, even for foreign companies can list over there. And you can also trade through Gift City by getting. So we expect a huge amount of, they have some recognition which has been given by IFCA for members in practice. And one of the requirement is a company secretary, one of the qualification is for a Gift City to have a compliance officer who should be a company secretary. Therefore, there is, I'm sure, there are a lot of developments coming that way on the Gift City front. One more area which my secretary, our institute secretary is very fond of talking about is the maritime law. It's very interesting to note more than 90% of the trade being done in India is done through the maritime route. And the maximum cases which are coming for arbitration or mediation is that of disputes in the maritime. So we are looking at signing an MOU with the Maritime Law University in Gujarat, attached to the Gujarat Law University in Gandhinagar. And they've also agreed to do a integrated course for our students on similar lines, but instead of giving a capital market certificate given by NISM, the student will have to do a course on maritime laws and he will get a certificate. In fact, we are trying to open up a avenue for our members in also both in employment and practice to get a feel of what maritime law is all about through distant learning, through virtual mode. So there is a course which we are trying to work out with them, which will be soon announced. Once we get it finalized, we'll announce it. So these are things which are in the anvil. I'm sure we will be benefited out of it. We have conducted crash shows. I mean, I forgot to mention about Suresh Pandey. He is heading the PMQ course committee. I mean, so far, we have had more than 5,000 odd members who have taken benefit of the certificate courses and the PMQ courses being conducted by them, including the crash course. And it has immensely benefited the members, and we are constantly, he's working on whatever new avenues, whatever new areas which can be covered. And if you have any suggestion, you can give it to him. It has been a huge success, not only in terms of members' participation, but also revenue generation for the institute. Okay? So we are doing NBFC, labor laws, PMLA, AML, FEMA, etc. And I'm sure you will all get benefited out of it. We also have MOU with the Department of MSME and in West Bengal, and because we find that there is going to be great scope for the profession in hand-holding the entrepreneurs to reach their objective of becoming a great startup catalyst, etc. IFCA, I've already said, some of the recommendation of the in ICDR and LODR where we worked on, where the concept paper has been put up, have far-reaching changes. One such is in terms of common filing, platform for common filing. Whether currently companies which are listed in NSE, BSE have to send two filing, both NSE and BSE separately, which don't have to be done. There's going to be one platform on which we need to do the filing, but simultaneously it get transmitted to both the stock exchanges. That will be a great time saving for company secretaries and employment. And I don't want to narrate a lot more, but one more thing I would say, that the current practice of virtual meeting or in hybrid mode, his option is left to the company. So therefore you don't have to have a mandatory physical meeting. I don't know, in my view, I have attended more than 1,000 AGMs or general body meetings in my career as a registrar, and I know what a pain it is to handle those shareholders who would be on your, breathing down your neck. So that will be saving a lot of time, at least for the listed companies. So virtual mode. And this one, the advantage here is in virtual mode, you will have companies, we have individuals or investors across the country who are able to participate, as against only that center in which the AGM is held, the investors participating. So this is again a major change. And one more thing for the practicing members, the greatest, it's a very important development. Your appointment will be on par with that of a statutory auditor in the LODR. In other words, your appointment will be done by a shareholders. Your appointment will be done by the shareholders, and it will be for 2 terms of 5 years each. You can be, you don't have to hesitate in qualifying your report in MR3 in terms of any misdeeds done by the company, because the moment, currently what's happening is, the moment you have a qualification in the report, you find that you are no longer the practicing secretary or the statutory auditor the next year. So this is again not going to happen. So this is a major advantage, and I'm sure. And one more thing again, mandating compliance officer to be designated as a key managerial person, to be a whole-time employee and not part-time employee, number one, not more than one level below the board. So in other words, the practice of the CFO, the company secretary reporting the CFO is gone. This is a major change suggested in the concept paper put up by SEBI. It's a great advantage. Today only some of the company secretaries were talking to me about the difficulty they are faced with. Now this becomes a law of the day. Then it is mandatory for you to directly report to the chairman or the MD or the CEO. Well, friends, one more thing which I thought I'll mention. We have finalized the dates for the national convention, which is going to be in Mumbai. That's a trademark event for us. And this year it's going to be in Mumbai. That place is also finalized. The hotel is also finalized. It is very close to the airport. Terminal 1, Sahara Star, and that can accommodate more than 2,500 people at any given point in time. So this is going to be on 8th, 9th and 10th, and on the 8th, the SEBI chairman, Ms. Madhavpuri Buch, she doesn't attend any programs, let me tell you, conducted by any other profession, and for the first time she'll be there as a guest of honor for our program on National Convention Day. So I would request you to please take advantage of it. The registration for that has already been opened, and I'm sure any of you would like to join, please do join. If any of our members here want to share your quick thoughts, right, now it's all yours. We are willing to listen to you and address your queries as well. Thank you very much for your patient hearing. Thank you. Yeah, some questions from you, please. Yeah, yes, Goenka ji, please. Mic, ये लीजिए ना, ये इधर आ जाइए. है उधर से? उधर है? है ना, दे दो ना इधर. ये सामने रोहित.
Myself, Mohan Goenka, practicing company secretary from Calcutta. This is not a complaint, this is one suggestion. Recently, Ministry of Corporate Affairs has given advertisement. ERC has given the advertisement, Eastern region. Southern region also has given the advertisement for the employment of the company secretaries, young professionals. So if our institute think fit, council think fit, then that should be also given in our chartered secretary. This is simply a suggestion, sir. In our chartered secretary, it could be published because we talk to many members. They are telling that we are not aware of how it is coming, how we should apply. Because everything is given in the advertisement. And they are giving good package.
Yeah. Quickly answering there was a message which was received, it's already been put up on the placement. In fact, I said I'll put it on the chartered secretary. The only thing he said is chartered secretary will come after another 1 week or 10 days. But my last day is 26. So I don't want, you can put in the chartered secretary in the chartered secretary, but it will be too late. It will be too late, and therefore, please share. And therefore, we have put it on the web portal, and we have sent a message to the members as well that we are putting it up, and they are looking at only freshers, only for 1 or 2 years experience only. But let me tell you, we were doing it, not that we are not doing it. We were doing it, all your CPA, CRC, everything is handled by company secretaries only. We are not getting members. We are not, because the salary they were paying was very low. Now they've increased the salary to 50,000 as against 40,000. And more importantly, they are also having the other regional directors also to recruit people. Therefore, we expect that there will be better response coming in. But in fact, my suggestion to the ministry has been that your CRC, CPAs, etc., which is concentrated only in Manesar, can be held, can also be duplicated in some other center with bifurcation between the two centers, which will facilitate quick resolution of the cases which are coming to them. So this suggestion, fortunately, the additional secretary said, yes, we will try and consider it. One other center down south, as against Manesar, maybe Bangalore or maybe Chennai somewhere, which can come up. Not right now, but it is there in the offing. It's again it's been under consideration of them. Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, myself Vishwadeep Dasgupta. I have a small, it's a feedback basically. See, when we renew our membership, it's a long list of KYC. So I think it has to be more simpler process, because other institute, their processes are very simple. So this time, I think the process is quite big.
Yeah, I will answer that.
Just one sec also.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, and also I try to reach the institute for this process, to understand this process. It was very difficult to reach the institute. So that's, I think it should be very reachable.
I'll respond. I'll quickly respond. See, this was made mandatory. The KYM, Know Your Member, was mandated by the ministry. And they specified these are the requirements which are there. And one such requirement was a demand of the copy of the Aadhaar card, for which a lot of people took objection to it. Quite a few gave it. We didn't, they without asking a question. But because of the Supreme Court order, which requires that you cannot share the Aadhaar, and it should not be shared, therefore, we had difficulty. That is the reason major difficulty came about. But we have now redone it, and in fact, we have already extended the payment till 31st of July. 31st of July. And for those who have not paid it, we have requested that they come around to make the payment before 31st of July.
Sir,
no further extension will be given.
My Aadhaar was already there. So they were asking for a fresh photo, my passport for the...
That is a one-time exercise only. It's not going to be done every year, but we are trying to do it. We asked for it. We asked for passport. The alternative has been given now. You can give your passport copy. You give your driving license copy with the address. So address proof is warranted. That is what we are trying to get. So we will look into it. We had received complaint, but more than 58,000 out of, normally last year the number was much less, but this year 58,000 has already registered. We still have, some people have, about 10,000 odd people have not done it. They have sought time, and we have given them time to do it, and we expect that we will get the numbers in the next couple of days. Yes, sir.
Sir, I have a question.
Please, sir.
Sir, my name is Anirban Shen. Sir, I am representing the West Bengal Power Development Corporation Limited, the state GENCO. Whatever electricity we are producing, you get it. Sir, my question is that, so section 203, everybody knows that there is a managing director, there should be a CFO, CS. The intention of the legislature that there should be the separate persons. Now, there are many companies, including us, where CFOs are constantly holding the post of CS. And what they are doing is that to get that stamp of approval, they go through the good lawyers, and you know how the lawyers function. Whatever you want way to interpret, they will interpret this. Now, their interpretation is that Section 203, though the intention of the legislature is that providing the KMP, there should be a CS, CFO, etc., but nowhere it is barred that CFO cannot hold the position of the CS. So, my request is that, sir, as you people are holding you have the interaction with the ministry and etc., so cannot it be done in a thing like that Section 203 specifically prohibit and there should be the separate position of CFO and CS?
Let me quickly answer that. Look, a person, a chartered accountant can also be a company secretary. In fact, we used to take great pride in saying he is also a company secretary and a finance controller. So that was there was always there. So it is not an affront to us. Please understand, that's not an affront to us. So, but if it's mandatory, it's a listed company, they have said that it should have a compliance secretary, should be a company secretary. Compliance officer should be a company secretary. And there they said the company secretary will be one level below the board. So there, and the numbers of that nature where CFO and CS is the same is not very many. But if you are in the listed segment, there will be a company secretary that takes precedence over the CFO. But being a CFO alongside a company secretary, we cannot question the wisdom of the company appointing it. There is no requirement separately to have a company secretary and a CFO separately. It's not there. Therefore, that is okay, but I think we can take pride that he is also reached that level of a company secretary. In fact, today's position is many company secretaries are being appointed as also the general counsel, chief risk officer, company secretary and chief risk officer, etc. So these are additional qualification or additional this thing which is provided to the member. I think we need to appreciate it. I don't think the numbers are very large. Therefore, we can look at it. Yes, go ahead, please.
मंच पर उपस्थित सभी प्रबुद्ध व्यक्ति और सभा में उपस्थित मेरे सभी भोजनबिंद साथी, मैं विवेक मिश्रा, सदस्य संख्या F9964, फेलो मेंबर 9964, आप सबको प्रणाम करता हूं। अपनी बातें रखने के पहले अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आपके भाषण का अभिनंदन करता हूं। मैं अपने प्रश्न रखने के पहले कुछ बातों को रखना चाहूँगा। भारत की एक संस्कृति बनी हुई है कि प्रश्नकाल, किसी भी सभा में अगर प्रश्नकाल रखा जाए तो प्रश्न पूछने वाले व्यक्ति को अध्यक्ष के तरफ से संरक्षण प्रदान होता है। आशा ही नहीं, पूर्ण विश्वास है कि आपके तरफ से भी मुझे संरक्षण प्रदान होगा और मैं अगर अपनी बातें रखने वक्त कुछ अतिरिक्त समय लेना चाहूँ तो वो भी मुझे इसका लाभ मिलेगा।
Quickly come to the point, sir.
Sir,
we heard you. Sir, we heard you. Your request is entertained. Please quickly come to the point. 1, 2, 3.
Sir, आपने मंच से, सर आपके मंच से हमने लगभग 45 मिनट आपके भाषण को सुना। अगर मैं अपनी बातों को 3-4 मिनट के अंदर रखना चाहूं तो इसका लाभ मुझे मिलना चाहिए, इतना संरक्षण आपके तरफ से मिलना चाहिए। ये एक संस्कृति रही है सर। इतना संरक्षण तो सर मिलना है। हाँ सर बोल रहे हैं, सर बोल रहे हैं। सर, मेरा प्रश्न रखने के पहले मैं कुछ बात आपके संज्ञान में देना चाहता हूं, आप ही के संज्ञान में नहीं देना चाहता हूं। इस सभा में उपस्थित हम सब एक परिवार की तरह मौजूद हैं, हम सबके समक्ष में वो बातें संज्ञान में आनी चाहिए। बात सर एक घटनाक्रम से संबंधित है। घटनाक्रम सीए इंस्टीट्यूट में हुआ। सीए इंस्टीट्यूट के तरफ से एक कवि को निमंत्रण दिया गया। उस कवि ने उस समारोह में उपस्थित होकर हमारे परिवार के लिए, हमारी संस्था के लिए काफी आपत्तिजनक बातें, अपमानजनक बातें उस सभा में उन्होंने रखी और उस सभा में शामिल होने के लिए उन्होंने 18.5 लाख रुपया सीए इंस्टीट्यूट के तरफ से कमाया। ये जानकारी मुझे सूचना के अधिकार के तरफ से मिली। उस 8.5 लाख रुपए उनको मिला और उन्होंने कई सारी अपमानजनक और आपत्तिजनक बातें सीए इंस्टीट्यूट के प्रति कही, सीए इंस्टीट्यूट से संबंधित लोगों के प्रति कही। जब ये बातें मेरे संज्ञान में आई, मेरे साथी आकाश शर्मा के संज्ञान में आई, हम लोग दोनों बैठे हुए थे, तो हमारे सामने दो रास्ते थे, क्या तो हम इस अपमान के घूंट को पी लें या तो इस अपमान के लिए हम लोग कार्रवाई करें। हम लोग बंगाल की धरती से जुड़े हुए हैं सर। बंगाल की धरती का एक परंपरा रहा है, यदि कोई डांट सुने तो ना हंसे, तबे एकला चलो रे। हम लोग एकला ही चले और हम और आकाश शर्मा इसके लिए जो उचित कार्रवाई हो सकता था न्यायालय के सामने जाके हमने रखी। धन्यवाद सर। इतना ही नहीं, अपवाद में अवसर निकालने के लिए सभी लोग आने लगते हैं। बहुत से लोगों ने इसका अवसर का लाभ लेने का भी कोशिश किया और तरह तरह से समझौता कराने के लिए, जो इस सभा में भी मौजूद हैं, तरह तरह से एन कैन प्रकारेण तरीके से समझौता कराने के लिए भी सामने आने लगे। रामधारी सिंह दिनकर का एक दो पंक्ति है सर, आत्मसम्मान एक अनमोल रतन है, कब उसे तौल सकता धन है। हमने कभी भी समझौता के लिए नहीं किया। आज इस अपमान के लिए हमने न्यायालय में किया है और वो जो कविगण हैं वो बेल पे हैं। अब सर मैं प्रश्न रखता हूं, आप जैसे प्रबुद्ध शुद्ध व्यक्ति जो मंच पे बैठे हुए हैं, क्या ये बातें आपके संज्ञान में आई? अगर आपके संज्ञान में आई हैं तो आपके तरफ से क्या कार्रवाई की गई, आपके तरफ से क्या कदम उठाए गए? अगर नहीं उठाए गए तो क्या आपका कुछ योजना है इसके प्रति कुछ कदम उठाने के लिए? मैं आपसे जानना चाहूंगा, इसके ऊपर प्रकाश डालिएगा। और एक सहायक प्रश्न भी इसके साथ में पूछना चाहता हूं, अगर अनुमति है तो। धन्यवाद सर, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। दूसरा प्रश्न मेरा पूर्वी क्षेत्र संगठन से लिया हुआ है। हम हमेशा से हमारे संस्था में दो समितियां काम करती हैं, एक केंद्रीय स्तर पे जो कि सेंट्रल काउंसिल आप लोग हैं, और एक रीजनल काउंसिल के क्षेत्र पे जो कि क्षेत्रीय परिषद के रूप में काम करती है। पिछले कुछ वर्षों से पूर्वी क्षेत्र की जो परिषद बनी हुई है सर, वो काफी असंगठित रूप से चल रही है। आपके संज्ञान में होगा कि जिस तरह से संचालन किया जा रहा है पूर्वी क्षेत्र के लोगों के साथ, पूर्वी क्षेत्र के सदस्यों के साथ, वो एक संगठित तरीके से नहीं किया जा रहा है। जो भी चुने हुए प्रतिनिधित्व हैं, जो भी चुने हुए व्यक्ति हैं, वो आपस में ही जंग लड़ रहे हैं और ये जंग न्यायालय तक पहुंचा हुआ है। तो क्या आप जैसे प्रबुद्ध शुद्ध व्यक्ति जो कि केंद्रीय स्तर पर बैठे हुए हैं, इसके लिए कुछ दिशा निर्देश जारी किए हैं? अगर जारी किए हैं तो उसके ऊपर भी प्रकाश डालिए। धन्यवाद।
Yeah, thanks a lot. I think you spoke extremely well, but I cannot repeat the same language because I'm not too comfortable speaking Hindi, for the simple reason I'm from deep south. So you spoke very well. I will not be able to replicate the way you spoke. But couple of things. One is on Kumar Vishwas. I think that was he made some derogatory remark about the profession. And we had sent also from our side a legal notice. And his reply was, I think an apology was given. So we sent a legal notice to him that we will take you to court. And he said it was not with the intention. We are sorry for it. That's what I believe that was received. That was done last year itself. So I'm told you also have filed a case against him, correct? You also said that. Yes. नहीं ठीक है, you आपने कर दिया. So you are proceeding on your own. We did our duty on what we need to do. Now as far as the two elected members from East is concerned, yes. Eastern region. अच्छा EARC के बारे में आप लोग मालूम है, they are from your place. How you have to handle it is best is you get elected or don't get elected. That is in your hands. You are the I will not be able to interfere in fighting between two individuals unless it comes to my notice. I am not aware of what you have said. I am not aware of the event which has happened, and therefore I will not be in a position. मैं इसके बारे में मैं आपको अच्छी हिंदी में समझा देता हूँ. इसके बारे में टिप्पणी देना मेरा उचित नहीं समझता हूँ.
Vivek ji, President has also already answered your question. Let us not get into the debate, please. Thank you.
Hello.
Next question, please.
Yeah, myself Sandeep Jhunjhunwala from Century Ply. I have two suggestions to make. First of all, there is an option for directors to file DIR 11 in case the company does not file. So can the institute provide such an opportunity through the ministry for the company secretaries as well? Because there are complaints that the company are not. Can you just repeat? We are not able to hear. Directors have.
DIR 12. Like DIR 11 you are talking about.
Yeah, directors are having the opportunity to file DIR 11 if the company defaults. So, so the company secretary often finds it difficult. The companies are not filing DIR 12 for their resignation. So can the institute take this up so that the company secretary also has this opportunity?
I think we have already made a detailed representation. Even in fact, we have a coordination committee meeting with all the three professional institutes, with the secretary of the ministry and the other officials. There also we have taken it up, the kind of difficulties which are faced by our members where they are not filing the DIR 12. So this difficulty is being faced. We have already put it across to them. But incidentally, one incident has come to us notice. I don't want to take the name. And that gentleman is from the city of Kolkata. He has taken 20 ECSIN within a span of 2 months. So he acts as a secretary in one company so that the company does not get a notice. And then within no time he resigns and gets acts as a secretary. So these are these are not the right thing to happen. I don't know, I don't want to name the person because that action is being initiated at the disciplinary level as to what action can be taken against him. Within 2 months you change 20 jobs, become 20 ECSIN, that is ridiculous. That should not happen. Our members should not fall prey for these kind of, this thing which is coming their way. This should not. So we are doing something on that. We have already gave a representation. I think we have already put up all the representation which you have given to MCA on the website of the institute. So maybe if you are able to take time off to look at it, you will get to know what representation has been made. And if you feel that can be improved upon, please share your views. We will meet up with when we meet up with the secretary, we will take it further.
Thank you. There's one more suggestion regarding the conduct of the seminars. The institute is having the habit of distributing kits. Like the kits were distributed today also in the morning. These bags are distributed. So I'm having a small suggestion instead of distributing these kits, because throughout the day the members need to carry these bags in their hand, whether they're going for lunch or anywhere. Instead of distributing the kits at the beginning, the institute can distribute a token.
That is a good idea.
Exchanged in the
that is an excellent idea. Let's give them a round of applause. Now, how many of your agreement with this that you will collect the kit bag later, not during the day? In the evening when you go, you can pick up the kit bag and go.
In the evening.
That will be implemented at the national convention immediately. Done. What else?
Great. Thank you. One more suggestion. Last, which Mr. Kejriwal recently came to my office. I offered him a shirt. Mr. Kejriwal, are you there?
Kejriwal.
Yeah.
हाँ भाई बोलो.
Just 1 week later, 1 week back, he came to our office. I offered him a shirt from my company side with a logo of Century Ply. I asked him whether you are going to wear it. He said it was a branded shirt, worth 10,000, but he's not going to wear it because it's having my company's logo. Why should he carry that logo? Why should he advertise my company's brand on his shirt?
So you mean to say on the kit bag you should have an ICSA logo?
Same goes with institute also. When the institute is distributing anything, institute is putting its logo on the product.
Bag में logo चाहिए, बस implemented.
Logo नहीं चाहिए.
नहीं चाहिए, नहीं चाहिए.
Because actually, when the institute is giving any product,
यार, you should be really proud that ICSI logo has been put on the bag, यार.
Sir,
I think please be more considerate. I mean, some views can be accepted, some views will be vetoed.
It's not just me carrying the bag. When you are giving a memento to any of the faculty members who's not a member of the institute.
We are doing it for the members of the institute उसके लिए दे रहा हूँ. They should be proud that they are putting their logo on their bag and they can show it to the public and the world at large. So please be considerate. Please be considerate. Please be considerate. Gentlemen, please be.
It's not only about the bags. When you are giving anything to the non-members also. The situation
non-members are how many? What is the percentage of non-members, sir? Please. I think you have heard you enough. Thank you very much. Okay. Let's give him a round of applause. Beautiful. Well said, sir. We have quickly, not more than 2 questions I'll answer because at 6:30 we'll have, and Uber has still a question. I'll be with you all outside and we will have any number of questions coming from my side, from your side. Yeah, go ahead. Sir, gentleman stood up. Okay, you want to do it? Go ahead.
Very small 2 quick questions which I have. The first part was that last convention also I raised this question about...
हो रहा है.
Is it audible? Yeah, now we are audible. Yeah, so last convention also I raised this point about maintaining of SEBI appellate tribunal. Sir, I know you are doing wonders on capital market. So we have always a chance to visit always in a Mumbai and appear before a SEBI appellate tribunal. I have requested many times to all central council members. Can it be done at any other state as well? One is already there in Mumbai. It was already placed. SEBI appellate tribunal can be have in other states as well. The first.
We'll do one thing, we'll make a representation. Next.
And second thing is that what ministry is doing that the cluttering or decluttering, we never know. There are certain forms which were there in many regions. Now that has been transferred to central registration, CPACE and other things. The actual ground reality over there is that there are only 3 or 4 members, those who are doing actual 4 or 5 things work. And they are really being pissed off by saying that there are no really staff members over here to do the job. We in a practicing side, we always face these questions, आप नहीं कर सकते हैं because आपसे होगा नहीं. So it looks very odd. So just my only understanding is that what ministry is doing, is it cluttering or decluttering can be presented in either ministry website, either ICSI, so that we can show, yeah, this is going to happen.
I think a couple of things. One is on the suggestion for SAT. It has always been the practice, they have it in Bombay only. We can give a representation to request them that could they have replicated in some of the other cities. We'll give a representation, but how will materialize or not is not in my control. Let's see, number 1. Number 2, the second question which you posed, he said as the chairman of the CLGC, only he should reply. So I'm giving my mobile.
As far as this CPC is concerned, let me share with you that initially we had provided them around 15 to 20 members, those who are working in CPC. Because of the workload, now what they have done, what ministry has done, I have been told that they have deputed some of their officials from each of ROCs. They have picked some of the officers from ROCs and they have given additional responsibilities at the CPC only. Now they are clearing all the backlogs. And just to share with you, 2 days back only I have filed a resubmission of form MGT14 for conversion. Today morning I have got the confirmation of approval. So that simply means that work has started flowing there and work is now speedily doing it. So things are in control now and going forward things would be fine. I am hopeful for that.
I hope you are satisfied. Quickly, yes. मोहन, मैं आपको बाद में बात करता हूँ. प्लीज, आपको हो गया, एक बार हो गया ना सर, बाकी लोग का चांस दे देना प्लीज. आप इतना सीनियर मेंबर है सर, प्लीज, मैं बात कर लूंगा आपकी. बोलिए.
गुड इवनिंग सर.
Just 1 minute. One of you, just 1 minute. आप आगे आ जाओ. आप आगे बोलिए.
Good evening, sir. I'm Subhashish Bose, practicing company secretary. Sir, one thing, sir, this is our pride that we are seeing all the central council members in a dress. And especially Rupanjana madam is in the dress of the madams. My request that at the time of convocation, we find that our students, when they're going to be the members, they are having the pajama and Punjabi. So, sir, my handful request, can we change the dress like this, that they should have a suit, what it was there in the past? Just a request, sir, a handful request. At the time of convocation, sir, if it is possible.
Yeah.
If it is possible.
We have given a jacket, what you are wearing, na? Similar jacket has been given to all the students.
I know that, but they are wearing pajama and Punjabi. I'm just telling at the time of convocation. Why not like the suits, what you are? It looks so nice as a company secretary that they are entering the board with this type of suits.
Sir, point well taken, but let me also tell you, ये जो है ना, ये stitch करना पड़ता है specific sizes में. तो ये कोट ऐसा लूज होगा तो मजा नहीं आएगा. तो इसीलिए जो है, that is the best, whatever
we have done in this suit.
But I think let the student not inculcate it into a foreign idea when the moment he gets his convocation. थोड़ा Indian होने दो ना sir.
But other institutes also who are
याद करने दो ना sir.
3 institutes in the parallel.
बोलिए सर, बोलिए.
That is a problem. Let me quickly answer this. We have given a representation for two matters. One is DIR 11 and another is DIR 6. The way the directors can change their particulars for email ID, address, or every such thing. So we have already given that representation, and both of these representation are under consideration, and we have been given a positive response on those representation. Whenever those rules would be going for the re-notification or the ministry would be revisiting it, our proposal would be considered.
Yeah, and second thing, it's more of a insight. We are KMPs. I mean, the company secretaries are KMPs equivalent to CFOs and all. But it's not but if you see the internal, the HR manuals and all the companies, the CS are never equated with the CXOs of the company. I mean, we are always one level below the CFOs, right? So, I mean, what we as company secretaries are required to do to be at par with other CXOs, be the CHRO, be the CFOs.
Right. I'll quickly answer. Again, I already given in my address, opening address also, that under the dispensation which is coming up from the concept paper, kindly go through the concept paper, where they very categorically said the company secretary will be one level below the board, directly reporting to the managing director. So the intervention of a CFO coming in between should not be there. That should not be there, at least for the listed companies. Unlisted company को मैं कह नहीं सकता हूँ, और कंपनीज एक्ट में ऐसा कोई प्रोविजन नहीं है, बट लिस्टेड कंपनीज में ऐसा प्रोविजन आ गया अंडर द एलओडीआर. सर बाद में जो क्लैरिफिकेशन बाद में सर प्लीज बाद में सर बोलिए.
Sir, just now there was a query from Vivek Mishra. You said that ICSI has issued a legal notice to Dr. Kumar Viswas, yes, and there subsequently there was an apology letter. Okay. Correct? I have filed an RTI before ICSI, and there was a reply that we cannot provide the copy of notice because it is barred under section 81J of the RTI Act. Sir, I am also an RTI activist. I have filed more than 5,000 RTIs in my life, in a short life. I am 33 years old. Now the president says that they have issued a letter, notice, and there is a reply. There is a contradictory statement by the president and the public information officer of the ICSI. Sir, kindly clarify it.
Gentlemen, I have already answered in the sense that I was told so. I have not witnessed, I have not seen it, and I had to secretary and the immediate past president is there, during which time it has happened, but the letter has definitely gone. Legal notice has gone. So the reply was received. The reply was received from Vishwas on this.
So it should be publicized.
His lawyer has sent a response. So we have taken note of it. You want a copy of it? That's what
I want a copy of that.
You want a copy of it? Is it possible to be given? We will check with the legal department and get back.
I will be mailing it to you, sir. Grateful. Grateful.
Secretary at ICSI.edu.
Grateful.
President at ICSI.edu. Valid till 18th of January 2025.
Okay. It is on record now. It is on record now, sir. Thank you.
Please send it.
Sir, myself, Ronak. Sir, myself, Ronak. I am a company secretary in employment. I am just wanted to share some issues which we are facing being an in-house company secretary. So, sir, we have observed in last 6 months or 11 months or so, whatever the data we filed to MCA relating to the directors, specifically relating to his email ID, mobiles, it got, disclosed in the market. The directors keep on receiving on the advertisement email the time it has been filed. For example, I have filed a DIN form for a director, and the time it has been filed, just after 5 minutes, we are getting, the email, advertisement emails or some, other advertisement thing. So any idea how this has been done and circulated in the market? Because it's a major privacy breach. I'm not sure on the part of the MCA or where it is happening. But this is a major issues which key stakeholders like directors and MDs are worried about that. And they keep on reaching out to company secretaries. I have shared the data with you, my personal email ID, my, contact number and how it is being shared. So this is the
See,
issue.
my president, because he was my president He says there was a representation given. We will give one more representation to the ministry, giving the difficulties which members are being faced because the directors are questioning the members' wisdom and the MCA providing this information to outside sources. We'll look into it. We'll try to give one. I think we are coming to the end of the program today. And let me tell you, I am there. We have to start the other program. Let's not delay that program. I have been stickler for RAM. That's the reason even without the chief guest, we started the inaugural address. So I'll be with you. We will come out. Whoever wants to have any further questions, please come over. I'll try to answer you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, I have only one small request which has come to us. Whatever is happening here, we have got virtual participation. Members are paying and attending virtually. Please do not put it up on social media, including the program which is going to be held now, because people are recording it and putting it on the social media, which should not be done. Kindly don't do that. That's my humble request to all of you. Thank you.
Now we will start our cultural evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, so we have concluded our technical sessions. Now, yeah. So it's time to relax. We have organized a cultural evening for all of you. Request you to kindly be seated. We'll be just start our cultural evening shortly.